Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. The meeting will be starting shortly. While we wait, let's learn more about Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.gov, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Bi-Weekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.gov, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.
Bob Pryor. It's been a long day.
When did he get old?
Yeah, Esther Olson Murphy, Rick Thielbar, and
Martha Pennell.
Martha Pennell. So the first order of business is a continued public hearing from our March meeting for Exonian Properties LLC for a variance from Article 5, Section 5.6.6 for relief to provide no on-site parking where 24 spaces are required for the proposed residential development at 43 Front Street.
Voting?
Yeah, well, we have enough permanent members, although
Yeah.
I'd like everyone to participate. I was not at the meeting, so I'd love to have I know the two alternates were there and would love to have you participate in the discussion, although not the vote. So,
You were here.
Yeah, I was here.
so with that, the applicant's ready to present their continued application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Sharon Summers. I'm with Donahue, Tucker, and Shindella, and I'm here tonight representing the interest of Exonian Properties. With me are the two principals of Exonian Properties, Florence Ruffner and David Cowie, and they are available to answer any questions, and David in particular may be providing or assisting with providing some of the architectural information later on in the proceedings. So we are here, as you've noted, on a continued basis. When we were here the last time, the board asked us to revisit the possibility of any on-site parking and to generally provide the board with more information on where people will park off-site, particularly during the winter months. So what we would like to do tonight is to present to you the or have further information provided to you on the extensive limitations with providing parking on-site, and then also provide to you our findings and the evidence that we've been able to gather as to the available off-site parking, and finally indicating how all of those things work together to meet the variance criteria. So what I'd like to do right now is to start out by talking about the limitations on-site. And what we did in the information that we presented to you on April 8th is that there are several exhibits that we put together. And the first that I'd like to draw your attention to is Exhibit D, which is a conceptual plan. And what that does is, in response to the board's request, we took a look at the on-site space to see if there's some way that we might be able to carve out some portion of the property that could be devoted to some on-site parking. And in doing so, we were able to identify a spot, which is noted on this plan, which would enable us to have 3 cars on that spot. So that is what we have been able to come up with in terms of on-site parking with the building in its current configuration. In addition to that, if you will look at Exhibit C of the packet, that contains what I understand to be the original architectural drawings dating back to the last century, and that has some notations in it indicating the first, the second, the new 4th floor, and also the raised ground and where underpinning would be required. The second page of that same exhibit, you will see it looks kind of like this. It has several sketches on it, including a slope on top. And then in the lower left-hand corner, there is a picture with sort of a big pink box in the middle. And the significance of this sheet is 2 things. One is that one of the things that we discussed was, or one of the things that was asked of us, is whether or not there would be any possibility of having underground or ground level parking on site. in addition to the 3 spaces that we've just depicted here. And so what we did is that we went back and we spoke with our architect to be able to pull together some information that we could provide to you. And the original architectural drawings give you some sense as to what's involved in terms of the columns and so forth, and notes that there's a certain amount of underpinning required. The second sheet, the one that's labeled ramp exploration, provides a lot more detail, and what this shows you, and again, David can come up to explain this further if need be, because he'll probably do a lot better job than I ever could. But what that shows you, all of those boxes in that pink area, or the red area, that shows the area that can be excavated without underpinning the foundation. All the rest of it is going to require underpinning of the structural columns there. So it is not an insignificant venture to try to create underground parking underneath this building. In addition to the extensive costs and effort that would be required for the underground, one other factor that needs to be taken into account is that the rear of the building would need to be removed, which is certainly at odds with all of the efforts of both the applicants and the historic district to try to preserve the integrity of the structure. Finally, I would note that on the top of that same sheet, it depicts what the slope is. And that slope issue is very significant because even on top of the issues that are associated with doing the actual construction, the slope arrangement here is really simply not conducive to underground or ground level parking. So I will defer any more specific detailed questions on those points to David, but I think that what I would present to you at this point is that in terms of on-site parking, we have come back to you with the ability to have 3 spaces on the property, and also to explain to you in further detail that the prospects of having underground parking or ground level parking by virtue of doing work on the structure itself is simply not feasible because of cost, having to do with the underpinning of the columns, having to do with the need to remove the rear of the building, which is simply at odds with the historical preservation, and also because the slope configuration simply doesn't work with that proposal. So, turning now to the available off-site property. We have, in the application materials, we have 2 pieces of information here. We have one which is marked Exhibit A, and for some strange reason, Google Maps have called these various places different things than what we're all used to. So you will see on Exhibit A, the first sheet is marked Open Door Community Church, which is our church. It's the First Baptist Church, but it's labeled on Google as that Open Door, so don't get confused about that. You will see on that first sheet that there's a yellow line which goes from the church, heads up Front Street, goes down Chestnut, and then takes a little jog into the parking lot. We have estimated that to be 155 yards of walking in order to park one's car in that Center Street lot.
And that's a municipal lot?
Pardon me?
A
Yes, that's
municipal
correct.
lot.
That's correct. And I'll get into some more details about that in a moment. The second municipal lot, the second public lot that would be available for utilization for parking for these residential units is shown on the second sheet, which is it's labeled as the Townhouse Common, but it is in fact the parking lot, the rear parking lot in the downtown, and it empties out onto Bow Street. So again, I'm not sure why that's called Townhouse Common, but that's how it comes up on Google, and that is 235 yards. And as you can see, I mean, the significance of this is that the distance to the Chestnut Street, or the Center Street, excuse me, property, is that it's approximately a block and a half away, and then the distance to the Townhouse Common is really about 2 blocks away. So it is not all that far. The third sheet is a little bit farther away, but still not all that bad. And that is down on the, it's labeled as the Exeter River Reservoir, and it is the parking spaces along the walkway along the river. And that is, we estimate to be approximately 275 yards from our property, and that also is municipal parking. So that just is a kind of a snapshot, literally, of some of the opportunities for public parking lot parking within what we believe to be close proximity and certainly very practical proximity for anyone who might choose to live there. So then what we also did is that following the meeting that we had here in mid-March, my clients, David and Florence, spent a great deal of time speaking with various town officials. They spoke with the town manager, they spoke with people from Department of Public Works, and they spoke with David Sharples, the planning director. And what we have provided to you tonight is what's labeled Exhibit B, and this is a document which was produced, I think in large part, by Public Works for our use and for the use of this board. And it contains 2 categories of information. One is a list of the municipal lots in the downtown area, and those are listed here, and they list the total number of municipal lot parking stalls at being just under 200. And of those, you'll see that we've also broken out of those municipal parking lots, the parking that is designated for winter parking, and I'll get into that in a minute. So into the Center Street parking lot that we just talked about, which is the closest one to our building, there are 10 designated winter parking spaces in there. The parking lot that is labeled on the Google map Exeter Reservoir, but on this chart is called the boat launch, that has 29 spaces. It includes 5 designated winter spaces. The front lot, which is the municipal lot, and that's to Bow Street, that has, and that's the one that empties out onto Water Street. That has 22 designated winter parking spaces. And then the back lot, which is the one that we just spoke about, and I apologize, this is the labeling of these is somewhat confusing, but the back lot, which is noted as Townhouse Common on the map, that has 12 designated winter parking spaces. So I think if you take this chart and if you look at it all in all, with the actual, and I'll get to the actual on-street parking stalls in a moment, but the lots themselves, the municipal parking lots, contain 1, 2, 3, 4 different lots, each of which have some degree of designated winter parking space in them. And the largest of those would be the front street, or the front lot. And the closest one is Center Street, which has 10 lots currently. In addition to the depiction of the municipal lots in the downtown, there is also a description of the various parking in the downtown, really, that's going to be available to everyone, whether it's anyone living in this place or anybody else, resident, business user, and whatnot. And the total, this is, again, these are DPW figures here, the total on-street parking would be 339. So as you can see, by the town's own information, there is significant parking available either in the parking lots or on the street in the downtown area. And those lots in particular are in, and for that matter, some of the street parking, Spring Street and Front Street are literally right outside the door of this building. So all of those are in close proximity, and other opportunities are just a bit farther away, perhaps by a block or 2. So as I indicated, and if you are aware of this, I apologize, I don't want to repeat this, but I had to learn myself as to what the protocol was with the designated parking spaces, and basically what that is in these winter parking spaces, it's not a permit. So, and it's basically, it's first come, first served, and what it is that anyone who wants to can use those spaces during the winter months, which is between, I think it's between November and the end of March, if I'm remembering that correctly. Because the town ordinances, the parking ordinances prohibit parking on the streets overnight, so that's the safety valve that the town has created for people to be able to park there. Our understanding from our discussions with the town officials is that there's not an excessive current demand for the use of those designated winter parking spaces. Also, what we have learned is that a request can be made either in conjunction with this development or I suppose through other activities to expand the number of designated parking spaces in the future. And the only, obviously, the select board would need to approve that, but the only real caveat would be that there would need to be a comfort level on the part of DPW that in creating more designated spaces, that there wouldn't be difficulties with plowing. So we did contact DPW with regard to that question, and that Jennifer Perry has submitted an email correspondence, which I believe you all have a copy of. Is that correct, Barb?
We do.
Has that been distributed?
Yes,
Okay.
we do have a copy.
Okay, so I think what that indicates is simply that the DPW is mindful of the situation, is mindful of the number of designated spaces that have been used, and the possibility to expand those. And they have indicated in the context of this email that they are certainly willing to, should the need arise, look to expand the number of those designated parking spaces. So in short, there seems to be sufficient designated winter parking spaces to accommodate the overnight winter needs that was of concern to this board the last time that we were here. So what we also did is to take a series of photos, and I can't take any credit for this. This was Florence's and David's handiwork. So what they did, and what you're going to see here, is just kind of a sampling of available street parking and lot parking in close proximity to the property. And these are taken, and David, you correct me if I'm wrong at any point here, these are taken at various times of the day. Some are taken during the week, and some are taken on the weekend. Obviously, this is in front of the academy, literally right outside the door of our church.
That's also Front Street. This is what you see here, sort of the change in the concrete pavement to the asphalt, just to give a bit of, if you go back to this one, that's where you can park all the way along this side here.
Would it be possible with these pictures to indicate when they were taken? I think that would be helpful to know
What time of day, or-
what time of day. I mean, estimate is fine, but, you know, there can be a significant, difference. Time of day, time of year. I assume these are all relatively recent. But.
These are all relatively recent, and my photographic team here is drawing
Sure.
that information up as we speak.
That would be very helpful.
Sure.
Yeah, and and if you do provide it, if you could come up to the mic, because otherwise the video won't get you. Since I paused things, I guess I do have a question as well about the email, and just make sure I'm understanding it correctly. This is I'm talking about the email from Jennifer Perry.
That's correct.
That email, as I read it, indicates that there's 79 overnight spaces available. Your submission has 195, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding the comparison.
Hang on just a second here. I seem to have misplaced Jennifer's email. Where is that?
I read it to 195 total spaces,
Yeah, I think,
and
Kevin,
79 are overnight.
Exhibit B is 195 total in the designated municipal lots on that Exhibit B that we've prepared. And
How
what,
many overnight?
and then the overnight, of that, and I'm just trying to draw up Jennifer's email here, which I seem to have misplaced. Here we go. She is indicating, I got it, thank you, thank you. She is indicating that there are 79 total designated winter spaces. That's not the aggregate. So I think the difference is that if you're simply counting heads of total parking spaces in those lots, the ones that have been designated in Exhibit B, that's 195. And then what the Public Works Department is saying is that in those parking lots, there are 79 designated winter parking spaces in total. Now, I will note too, because I just want to, for the interest of, in the interest of being accurate here, Jennifer's email also contains the train station lot and contains Front Street West End. That's not included in our Exhibit B that was prepared by Public Works. I don't know what that discrepancy is, but I think what I would suggest to you is that if you take Exhibit B, which was prepared by Public Works, and if you take what we've done in there, is that we've said, out of those Exhibit B lots, we have 12, and then we have 22, and then we have 5, and then we have 10. So if you add all of those together, that is 9, that's 49. Jennifer, because she referenced the train station, which in and of itself has 31, her number's much larger. But I think for purposes of this board, the significance is that at an absolute minimum, there are 49 designated winter parking spaces available in these winter lots. And if one were to take Jennifer's numbers, which is perhaps a little bit farther afield, that train station is still quite close, but not as close as the ones that we have listed here, that would be a total of 79. So I think that the bottom line is that there is ample designated winter parking spaces, both for the use of this property and really other people who may wish to use it.
Well, so, and to clarify something, so this document that was included as your Exhibit B, I think it was?
That's correct.
This was prepared by Public Works, or this was prepared based on conversations with Public Works?
This was prepared by Public Works, that's my understanding.
Okay.
They prepared this as a tool to have the discussions with my clients.
Okay.
And I think all this, the document from Jennifer is really, it contains the same information, it's just has a little bit more to it, because she adds on the information about the train station.
Sharon, may I?
Sure.
David Cowie. That information we received.
Could you just repeat? That mic gets picked up by the camera, otherwise they won't hear you, anyone who's watching at home.
Yes, David Cowie, one of the owners of Exeter Properties. So I think what Sharon was alluding to there, the information on the sheet you're looking at was actually provided by Dave Sharples, so that's why there may be some variances there. But I think in reference to Jennifer's email, what she's really trying to say is that the DPW is saying they can add additional spaces if they were requested to, and if it was approved by the select board. So I think the point of Jennifer's email was more that additional spaces could be provided that are not being counted today.
Yes,
So-
understood.
so-
But that would require town manager and select board
That's correct.
agreement.
Right, that's correct, yeah.
So I'd like to chat some more about the numbers and the impact of them. Now, practically speaking, there aren't any parking spaces provided. And the people who move into those apartments have a right to park 2 vehicles. Now, most people don't want to rotate their vehicles so they're not permanently parked. A lot of people have 2 cars and you usually only use one. Certainly on the weekends, the cars would sit idle. And I don't know what the rules are, but what would keep one of your new residents from claiming their 6 nice ones right close and just permanently park there?
Well, what I would say is that if there's a parking space on the street close by, and if one of those residents wanted to keep their car there quite frequently, because perhaps they don't need to use their car all that much, they could do so. Just as anybody could keep their car on the street for, so long as it complies with the town ordinance for an indefinite period of time. Obviously, they can't do that in the winter. They would have to make some other arrangements. But I guess to answer your question, I think what it goes to is what the marketing and what the relationship is going to be between the seller, in this instance my client, and whatever sort of a condo association that comes to be here in terms of how they're going to govern themselves on site. But in terms of somebody wanting to have a favored spot, say along Spring Street or Front Street, frankly, there probably is nothing to prohibit them from doing that, just as there's probably nothing to prohibit somebody who currently lives or works or visits the Historical Society or perhaps the Academy or one of the other properties in the other nearby area. They could do the same thing. I mean, that's just a function of people trying to use on-street parking.
Well, I don't pretend to know the answer, but I'd be surprised if the town allows you to permanently park a car in a municipal parking lot.
And I'm not suggesting that somebody would park there or even have a right to park there on a permanent basis. So,
Well, why wouldn't they?
well, they'd have to, whatever the town says in terms of what their ordinances are. You could be right. There could very well be something in the town ordinance, either now or in the future, which says that you can't park your own vehicle, say, more than 10 days in a row. I don't know. That's possible. And it's also possible that the select board may choose to pass such an ordinance, in which case a resident in this building, or really any other resident, would need to comply with that town ordinance.
Okay. And you talk about the 49 spaces as if that's a huge number, but your 24 represents, practically speaking, a 50% increase in demand for those places. One project.
Correct. And what we're also telling you with this information that we have today from the Public Works Department is that they are not averse at all to increasing the number of designated parking spaces if the demand warrants it. So I guess what I'm saying to you is that there are quite a few number, I mean, just, we'll take, for example, whether it's David Sharples presenting this or some town official, the parking lot stalls is 195 in those parking lots. Of those, and that doesn't include the train station. So of those, 49 are designated winter spaces. Our understanding is that of those 49 designated winter spaces, there's not an excess demand to use those right now. So that if our variance for 24 spaces is granted tonight, and we choose to use some of those parking spaces, A, there would still be room for others who might want to use them, and B, and I think more importantly, the DPW, who is they're the vital player here because they're the ones that are going to need to plow these lots. They're amenable to the idea of, for example, in Center Street, I'm just picking that randomly, there are 23 spaces altogether. 10 of those spaces are designated. The email that you've received from DPW today said they're amenable to the idea of designating more parking spaces if that is needed, so that it's entirely possible that 15 spaces could be designated in Center Street. And in the Bow Street lot, currently there's 22 designated. There's a total of 94 there. Maybe there's another 20 that are going to be designated in the Bow Street lot. So what I'm trying to suggest here is that there's a lot of room to play with on the part of the town to create more designated winter parking spaces, which really is the crux of what the concern is, because nobody, ourselves included, wants to have cars on the street during the winter months when the plowing needs to occur. And the solution is to use the existing designated parking spaces and to create more if needed. I think to your point as to whether somebody who moves in at that location decides that they want to have a favorite parking space, I don't view that as a problem. Any more than anybody who has a favorite parking space in front of their coffee shop or anything like that.
Well, I think maybe the people who are now using those spaces might have a different opinion.
But
Well, and I, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay.
I do have a question about that, because I would like to hear a little bit more about what was done. I understand that you have been talking with DPW and with, the planning staff, and, but I'd like to understand a little bit of what was done to understand, current use. I'm just thinking, for example, and this isn't the best example because you're not including these, but I know them well, which is the Cassuth Street lot and the train station. And those are heavily utilized. And I appreciate that you're not adding here. I just don't know the others and don't know what the utilization is. And I'm struggling with trying to really understand capacity based just on total number of spaces without knowing what the current use is, other than some anecdotal statements. And so I guess I'd like to understand better what the current capacity is and what was done to determine the current use of those lots.
Well,
Would it be helpful, I did call Dave Sharples with that very question earlier today, and I don't want to take away from the applicant's answer, but just so you know that he feels that there are tools at the town's disposal to address the need for additional overnight parking, that the town manager is in favor of adding these spaces that are discussed in the email. It hasn't gone before the select board yet, and that if further demand were to occur, the town has tools to address it, such as resident parking permits and designated spaces for resident parking, that they intend to implement as demand requires. So I just wanted you to know that I kind of asked those questions, and those were the answers, just in the interest of time.
No, thank you.
So,
thank you. I mean, I think that is the answer. I would defer frankly to town officials who have talked extensively with my clients as probably the best indicator, and of those, also DPW people. So they're probably the best people to ask and answer the questions of what is the utilization, is it overtaxed? And I think that they've provided the answer to that.
and he did, that was the first question, is this a problem now? Are people getting towed? Are people unhappy with the current overnight parking situation? And he was unaware that it was a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry if I...
No, that's
Speaking
helpful.
out.
I mean, that's the problem, and it's not on the applicant, it's just unfortunate because you're speaking on behalf of the town officials and they're not here to answer these questions, so. But thank you, Laura.
Well, and to add to that, though, yes, they may not be here, but I think that there is some evidence of the town's intent through the voice of Jennifer Perry on the one issue that we've been talking about. So while she's not physically here, I think she has spoken in terms of that email, in terms of her willingness to consider what we're talking about, which is designating additional winter spaces.
Am I not, let me start over again. Aren't there some more pressures being in the future on these public lots? For example, the Ioka conversion is counting on the lot across the street for parking. And then I think it is. And then there's the empty lot that's being built right up there by the puddle jumpers, isn't it? That is being built, and they're going to have residential units, and they're going to be parking there. I would like to, I'm wondering if the town has taken into consideration all these future projects that are putting pressure on these lots, especially the one down here, right there.
Martha, I guess the way I would respond to this is that I do know that obviously the IOCA went through the ZBA process and also went through the planning board process. And so I think those issues were taken into account. I can't speak through the other projects that you have just referenced, but I am confident that those would have had to have gone through the planning board too. And it's the planning board's job to take that into consideration. We will have to go to the planning board as well on this, but I think it's this board's job, independent of the larger policy decisions that the town may or may not have to face about parking needs. It's this board's job to determine whether or not, based upon the evidence presented, that we meet the variance criteria. So I appreciate the, first of all, the board members' desire to do a good job, and also the desire to try to, be mindful of kind of the practical implications. But I think that those bigger policy questions that you're talking about are to some extent going to be addressed by the planning board and perhaps also by the select board and other town officials.
Well, I would just like to be reassured that they are considering these. I think this is project, it's a wonderful project. Unfortunately, it's the parking. And all the other projects we've had downtown are wonderful, but we keep putting all the parking, we don't consider the parking. I mean, we say, oh, they'll park on the streets.
I understand.
And I just would like to hear some assurances that we're not at the tipping point.
Well, as we've talked before, we frequently see requests for meeting no parking requirements for retail business, particularly place to eat. And those all are using parking spaces on a short-term basis. When you're talking about parking for residences, you're talking about 24-hour demand for the space. And so when you give a few extra slots to a restaurant, that's just a totally different consideration, at least in my mind, to additional parking forgiveness for a residence.
I can appreciate that. I would differ in your conclusion that the cars are going to be present 24 hours a day. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, but every residential dwelling that I know, somebody is coming and going. If there are two cars, say for example, of each of these units, those two cars are not going to be present on site. Maybe they would be, say, over on a weekend, maybe they would be 1 or 2 days a week, but I think that the concept that they're going to be on the street 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I just don't think reflects typical patterns of residential usage and driving. I mean, among other things, they're going to need to go to the grocery store. So I just wanted, but I do understand, and I don't disagree with your contention that the residential parking practice is going to be different. But again, I think that what we've demonstrated through the sheer numbers of what we've presented to you tonight, coupled with, and yes, it's anecdotal, but I think it's helpful. You can see that there are a number of photographs taken in which there are literally empty streets. So even if one of those people is out there 24 hours a day, there'll be other places for people to park who don't live at this property. So I don't see that as being fatal.
I appreciate the photographs you've taken. This is all about overnight parking in the winter.
Yes.
This is all this is about. Your photographs don't apply to that. I share Martha's concern and other members of the board's concern that what we're doing on parking is kicking the can down the road, but solving the problem is not the purview of the zoning board, unfortunately. But it is partially the responsibility of a developer to help solve the problem. So let me ask a question. Are you aware, Ms. Summers, of any, or the developers, of any precedents for restricting the number of automobiles that are allowed by ownership in a condominium association?
I'm not aware of any prohibitions on that, either under state law or local law. I think to some extent that would be a marketing decision in terms of how the developers or how the property owners wish to portray their property, and whether they wish to limit the number of cars that would be there. So let me take that a little bit further. Let's say that there is no prohibition, and I, just standing here right now, obviously I haven't researched that, but I don't think there is any. So let's say that there was some sort of a prohibition that each unit could only have one car. That still means that you're going to need to have, 13 spaces. We're indicating that we can give you 3 spaces on site. That's still 10 spaces.
There's a great deal
that
of
we need.
skepticism surrounding those 3 spaces, especially since it's impossible for more than 2 of those cars to move at any given time. So-
Well, in any event,
I know,
mean,
it's a nice attempt, okay.
you asked for some
Yep,
on-site.
got it.
We
got
did
it.
what we could.
Yep,
So 2 spaces, 3 spaces, we have some presence there of being able to park on site. Even with your hypothesis, there will still need to be parking off-site, because there is, and we're happy to have David present to you.
Understood, there needs to be
the-
off-site,
the-
absolutely.
The underground parking, I mean, we're happy to answer any questions about that, but we just don't believe that is feasible from a structural,
Understood.
any other kind of standpoint. So that means that we are left with the need to park somewhere other than the property in order to make this project go forward. And that means, in terms of the winter overnight spaces, that means in one of these parking lots. And I circle back to the fact that I believe that there are plenty of designated parking spaces available right now. There could be more if those are needed. And in order to accommodate, to address Martha's concerns, if it turns out with these other projects, and I can't speak to the particulars of those, but if it turns out that there's a need for those other spaces to have additional designated parking, winter parking spaces, there's room to play with in terms of the numbers. So,
I simply wanted to plant the idea in public
I understand.
that a contribution could be made toward the solution to the problem from both sides, not just, let's let the town fix it. Let's find more spots, let's designate more spots, let's plow more spots. I'm just suggesting that there are solutions to an impending problem that also involve the developer.
Well, and I would also.
The development community, not the developer.
I understand. And-
Conscious of
And
my-
I would also add that to date, we have not been able to be successful in this, but we have certainly used good faith efforts to try to work come up with some kind of a public-private, sharing
Yeah,
situation.
I just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank
I
you.
understand.
Appreciate it.
So, does the board have any further questions at this point?
Any more questions for the applicant?
On parking?
Well, that's why
That's
we're
all
here.
we're talking about, Rick.
Oh, okay, well,
That's it.
the other thing that we sort of skipped over was, it's way too expensive to provide underground parking. And I'd like to talk about that some more.
All right, well, in that case, I am going to turn this over to the man who has far more knowledge of this than I, but I would have you use the exhibits that we produce, because I think that will be helpful for you.
Thank you.
So go ahead.
I think in order to get down to a depth, if you take a look at this, you'd have to have a 160-foot runway to get down beneath the church, and we've only got 75 feet. The maximum slope you're allowed is 15%, and there's your 15% here. Up above is what the slope would actually be if we were going to ramp down and get underneath. So it's pretty much unfeasible, I should say, to get down below.
If I may ask, from where to where? I mean, where would your entrance be, and where would your slope be, and where would you end up?
This would be this is where
Talking
you,
about the rear of the building?
yes, this would be where you would enter. And this would be the furthest point, trying to get as much travel distance as possible. You'd enter into here.
The property's not wide enough to accommodate the ramp that would be required to get low enough.
Correct.
If you went straight,
No, going down.
you can turn as you go down.
You could only turn, this is, well, I think the width here is about 18 feet. So you're turning slightly as you go down here, but your turn is here.
No. You've been to the parking lot in Logan? That has the spiral?
There's nowhere to spiral down to.
That the idea is to get down. If you turn 90 degrees, you have the entire length of the structure. All I'm saying is, it can be done, it won't be cheap, but if you bring up the other item here that goes with that. Yeah. So remind me how old this structure is.
It's almost 150 years old.
Right.
1975.
You're planning to add 11 residents on the existing foundation.
Remember, this is a structure that was built for to seat 460 people. So
Say that again.
an occupancy of 460 is,
I'm not saying that they didn't plan on having 1,000 people in there. No, we don't even know what's there. And
We do.
You're talking about putting the weight of 11 new housing units and the furniture that goes along with it.
yes.
Somebody is going to have to demonstrate to the town that the structure is adequate to hold that weight. My guess is that worrying about the parking lot is trivial compared to the overall cost of building what you're talking about building in there, as if you can just walk in and start throwing up walls.
Obviously, we've talked to our structural engineers and our architects, and what we're talking about is definitely feasible with the existing structure, and that's why it's important to keep as many columns as we can in the old architecture of the church. The other reason you can't really go underground is this is topography underneath the church, so you can see the footings at all different levels.
Yeah?
So all of this would have to be dug out, all this would have to be underpinned if we were even able to get down to that level, which I still contest that we cannot.
Architects are great at drawing pictures. I think you're going to need to talk to a structural engineer before you...
We have been.
Okay.
No, you're absolutely correct, but we've been, the structural engineer has been involved in all the steps we've gone through so far.
Never mind. Go ahead.
Actually, while we're on this, can you go back to the other figure, please?
Yep.
One of the things that Sharon had mentioned, I just want to make sure I fully understand.
This one here?
Was the, no, I think this one with the
The pink square.
The pink square, yeah. Well, I just want to understand, Sharon had mentioned the back of the building having to come down, and I'm having trouble visualizing that. So if you could just walk through the existing footprint, and that's great.
I don't think we even have a picture of the back of the building.
If you could explain where, I guess, on that picture, where it would go in, what part of the wall would be removed. I just want to understand what impact it would have to the facade of the existing building.
If you're talking about putting parking at the street level here, or the flat level, we'll call it, then this is the section of the building. Essentially, this is all brick, remember, so you'd be peeling off this back end of the building and supporting all this. This large chimney would have to come down. And one other thing we're not addressing really is the way that the church is designed, we have to have 2 egress stairs. And the egress stairs has to be essentially not much further than where this chimney is on the inside. So even if you were able to open up the back, you're still not going to get much room to come in from the back. And if you do open up the back, you're going to lose any driveway here or any parking here, because you're going to have to come into the back of the church in order to make the turn to go into park.
So you're not suggesting the entire back wall would have to be removed under any circumstances, just create an opening for parking to enter, or cars to enter?
We still think it'd be very difficult to put parking inside the church.
Oh, I agree with you, actually, but I'm trying to understand the part about removing parts of the back wall. I don't understand why that would be necessary.
Well, you'd have to have wide enough parking, like garage doors here. So this would have to be, these windows would have to be removed, all this brickwork would have to come out, large garage doors.
But that's not where you're showing the entry. You're showing it coming off the street where the window is.
No, it's just showing the driveway coming in off the
That's
street.
driveway. So the garage door as shown would go in where that chimney is. Is that correct?
Just past the chimney. The chimney's centered in the church. It's not,
Oh, you're right.
so it'd be past the chimney.
But also, this is somewhat deceiving, and it gets even more complicated, because the actual floor here is about 3 feet or 2.5 feet lower than what you're seeing for this level here.
Well, a lot of your problems could be fixed with a fairly simple hydraulic lift for the vehicles up and down. Out of the basement.
Sorry, wow. I'm sorry,
Nothing
Rick.
wow about that.
I know.
We're talking about spending a lot of
know.
money to make this right.
I get it. I get it. I've seen such things in operation in cities and in Europe especially, but wow.
That's not wow.
We actually did, we spent a lot of time on this. We actually did investigate that. And you were looking at $80,000 per vehicle without doing, that's just for the system. Never mind the amount of work that would have to go in to add.
You mean per vehicle at a time? So $80,000 for the project.
No, per vehicle. Per parking space, to have an
Wait,
automated system.
Why are they related? You don't leave it on, you get to the level on the floor, you drive off and go to park.
No, an automated system stays, you leave your car at this level, and then the car goes underground without you being in there, and the system takes it
Yes,
and parks
you can
it.
do that. They've been, matter of fact, my grandfather designed a building that did that in Chicago 100 years ago. It worked, but you don't have to have an automated system where you throw your car in and pull a lever and ask for it to come out. That would cost that much money.
There's not enough turning radius
You don't
within the
have to
footprint of the
turn.
truck.
Excuse me, may I say something?
You can't park a car without turning.
If you're not, if you come off the street, excuse me, come straight down,
This is coming off the street. Here's Spring Street. You come to the back of the church and you drive in here. So this is the
Right.
driveway at the back of the church.
right.
That's the only way you can access the church outside.
You come in at the side, not the back. off the street.
Spring Street's on a slope, so you have to come in at a flat level. So this is the only flat level here on the entire property. Everything else is at a slope.
Okay, you've concentrated on figuring out why you can't do it rather than figuring out how you can do it.
Well, all right, I think we should keep this to questions about the proposal
Excuse me.
rather than comments on it.
I'd like to just say something, please. Florence Ruffner. It'll be a year next month that we've owned the church, and we've done extensive investigation for, underground parking and any kind of parking. The architects worked on it a lot, and it's not feasible. It's just not feasible to do it. So we're doing the best we can with coming up what we can come up with, but underground parking is just not going to work. Thank you.
I am a retired professional engineer, so I'm not just talking off the top of my head. My work was building things.
Mr. Tilbar, we appreciate all of your comments, and I think this has been a constructive discussion. I'd like to, if with the chair's permission, kind of turn this back now to a discussion and try to focus on the variance criteria, which perhaps the touchstone is reasonableness. So unless there are any other questions of the board, and apparently there are.
I go by Front Street every day coming home from work, and there's nothing that's going to give you all that parking there. I've gone down Spring Street twice, if not more, and you're not going to get, in my opinion, because the Academy takes up everything at the end, you're not going to get anything on Spring Street. That's my opinion. The other thing that I've figured out is I went downtown the other day, and for unknown reasons to me, that the boatyard is full every Tuesday because of yoga. The other thing that I was thinking about is the Spring Street's one way. So that means you drop the missus off, you're gonna have to walk all the way down to get your car.
Or
and
send
then-
her down.
Well, yeah. And then you're gonna have to walk up the way, all that hill, in snow and in rain, because you're not gonna be parked there. I think you're asking quite a bit. And the next thing is if you drive down, that means to get back to Spring Street, you have to go all the way around the bandstand or come all the way around the other way. So you might say it's 3 minutes away parking that way, but it's not 3 minutes getting,
This is a marketing problem that the applicant will have as far as selling the condominium units are concerned. This is not the concern of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. I fully agree that we've got a parking problem, but these are marketing problems that they're going to have to solve. We're not going to solve them.
And thank you, Bob. And I think that's a good segue back to the criteria, unless people have specific questions of the applicant.
I agree, but it's a marketing problem that
And
they have.
I'm not, yeah, so not hearing any.
Can I just add one more thing?
At your council's discretion.
I just would like to be clear, the DPW is suggesting that there's at least 14 more spaces that they
We
can
understand.
do quickly for winter overnight parking, so I didn't want to miss that.
Yeah,
on-
no,
on
we
this
got
side of the
that.
street.
We're good. We're good.
So I
So-
believe you went through the criteria at the last meeting, but if you would go.
I did, and I'd like to just, if.
I think that would be great.
with- Just to try to update that, if you will, based upon the information that's been presented here tonight. So, first of all, the criteria about not being contrary to the public interest and the fact that granting the variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. I would say to that we have provided some photographic evidence which indicates that there is available space on the streets. We have also indicated or provided evidence tonight to show that the aggregate number of spaces, both in the municipal parking lots and on streets, are significant, and that there's also evidence that we've presented indicating that there is a significant number of designated winter parking spaces to address the core concern that this board addressed last time, which was where people were going to park at night during the winter. I think in terms of the sheer numbers of those designated spaces, coupled with the town's willingness to re-examine upon request, adding more designated spaces, that there is no finding that granting the variance would be contrary to the public interest or would alter the essential character of the locality. And as Mr. Pryor has aptly noted, should there be times when human nature being what it is, people might not want to walk a block or some such thing, then that really will be on us in terms of our marketing endeavors, and we will either be successful, hopefully we will, or we will be unsuccessful, but that's really not anything that this board needs to worry about, and so I would just leave it at that. With regard to the second criteria, which is the spirit of the ordinance, that of course is the same as the public interest, so I don't need to go into that. The third criteria is the substantial justice. I think, as I stated the last time with regard to that particular issue, there is a benefit to the applicant in terms of granting this variance, in that it is critical for us to get this variance in order to enable the project to succeed. Thus far, we've received HDC approval. This board has granted us a use approval. This is now the next step in the process in order to be able to move forward. Conversely, there is no known detriment that we're aware of, either to the public or to the private, in terms of granting this variance. As we've heard testimony about tonight, marketing issues aside, there is physically space right now on the ground for these people to park, which is, I think, the key that this board needs to contend with, putting aside all of the policy issues which the board, the planning board and/or the town select board may choose to address in the future. There is no diminution in the property values if this property is to be granted a variance. I think I covered that at the last time. The information that we presented tonight simply bolsters the numbers that are available to indicate that it's not going to impact the neighboring properties. And then finally, as to hardship with regard to special conditions, I think what we've presented here tonight is that we've examined and exhausted all possible options for providing on-site parking. We have provided, to the best of our abilities, at least 2 parking spaces on the property. There are significant impediments in terms of doing underground parking because given the scope of the project with 11 residential units and the need to do extensive renovations to this historic building, it is simply not feasible or reasonable to expect to have underground parking, and with all of the costs that entails and the operational difficulties that we've just heard about in terms of the slope and the turning radius and so forth. So therefore, that is the special condition, the nature of the property in and of itself. There is no fair and substantial relationship between the ordinance and the application here. The purpose of the ordinance is, of course, to try to prevent parking problems before they're created. We believe, based upon the evidence that we presented to you tonight, that there is evidence which would indicate that there is parking off-site, both in the parking lots for the winter parking and on the street in close proximity to this, and so there is ample evidence to indicate that it's not going to create a problem. Finally, the proposal and including the need to have this parking variance is a reasonable one. We have a use variance, which this board has graciously granted us the last time that we were here, so the proposed use is now allowed. The proposal will be, we think, a benefit to the community in that we are preserving a beautiful building within the town. We are providing additional housing to the town, trying to enrich the scope and the type of housing that's provided to this community. The request or the demand for the parking that is going to be needed in order to enable this project to go forward really is reasonable, given all of the avenues and all the tools and the opportunities that do exist for off-site parking. And so based upon that, we believe that the evidence that we presented to you tonight should be sufficient to satisfy this board's obligation to grant the variance, and we look forward to working with the town further on these important issues.
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Do you know the last year that this property was in use? And the last use, was it as a church?
It was as a church, that's correct, and when was the last time it was used as a church?
They ceased services during COVID, but it was still an active church, and they were still using it as a church.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to open it up to any members of the public that would like to speak for, against, or about this application. Okay, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and any comments.
My name is Jessica O'Leary. I live on South Street. I live downtown. I could walk to my house in about 60 seconds. So as far as the parking, the overnight parking in the winter, and parking's not an issue for me. I do have a driveway, but I live on a street that has a lot of street parking, and I'm aware, by nature of where I live, and I see it, is that the winter parking is an issue. There's a lot of people that live on South Street that park on the street during the rest of the year, but in the winter, they certainly use I think you guys are referring to it as the Bow Street lot, across from the police station. There's about a dozen parking spaces there. They're always taken. As far as some of the other lots, I mean, the pictures were not taken in the wintertime, maybe at night, which might have been helpful for you guys. So the parking, the winter parking, I think, just as a member of the community, I would see that as a problem. There's people that already do utilize it, that live here, live downtown, and, I'm here for the fourth item on the docket tonight, which is about parking as well, so I think that that's a consideration. Somebody mentioned restaurants earlier, that kind of thing, where those people park. And even in that Bow Street lot, there are people that sort of permanently park their car there. The car does not leave, for days or maybe even weeks on end. So I think the winter parking is definitely, being somebody that lives downtown and witnesses it walking around, I think it's just something that really has to be considered, that the people that already live downtown that maybe park on the street during the rest of the year do utilize those spots in the wintertime, the existing residents that live downtown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this application? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to close public session. We'll go into deliberation. Any comments from the board? Would anyone like to discuss any of the points more, make a motion?
Just to the Martha's concern earlier that she didn't know if planning staff and town staff were considering the demand for parking based on the various projects. My conversation with Dave Sharples indicated that they are on top of that they're very conscious, they're gathering data, they have plans that will be triggered as needed to make some modifications, such as adding spaces that are available for winter overnight parking, and doing potentially residential permit parking, and if they feel that it's at the point where that's needed. So I was pleased to hear that there had been a lot of planning already done for the parking situation. And I know we all worry about the parking, and we've been worrying about it since I moved to Exeter, but it hasn't, there's individual instances where there's not enough parking, but overall, it hasn't turned into the big problem that we've all feared yet. And I think that they are prepared for, if demand does grow, that there's some plans in place. Whether it's, super convenient on-site parking. I mean, I live in a house with a two-car attached, and I like that. But, there are places to park.
Thanks, Laura.
Well, that's generally true. but there are times of year, particularly Thanksgiving to Christmas, where it's hard to park in town. And it's already hard to park in town, and we keep adding more. We're talking about residential parking, which is, in my mind, dramatically different
I agree.
in terms of demand on the parking spaces than commercial parking.
Rick, I don't,
I'm not,
I just want to ask, I'm not cutting you off, but I do want to ask that as we deliberate, we're focused on the criteria rather than general parking issues or policies.
well, all I'm saying is that we can consider in 1 and 2 impact on the community. And we're talking about a situation where, unlike another restaurant, this has the potential for forcing people who are saying, I'm not going to drive through damn Exeter, I'm going to go shop in the malls. And they've got enough problem with that to start with, without us using up 24 spaces for other people to live full-time.
So what I'd like to do now is, I'd like to, if someone wants to make a motion, and again, I'm happy to continue this discussion of some of these issues, but I do want to keep it to the criteria, since we've had a lot of discussion about, general parking issues.
Mr. Chairman, would you please designate which of us are voting? Or
It will be the
which is-
permanent members voting,
Okay.
since we do have enough tonight.
You gonna go for it or not?
Are you ready to entertain a motion?
Unless others have comments, I'm ready to entertain a motion, and I would say, I would entertain discussion on the criteria as we go through.
So if we say yes to this, I'm not saying, and they say, town, they're gonna keep coming up with parking spaces. So that means that the next time somebody comes in here, which is supposed to be different, I realize, but they're gonna say the same thing, we'll just go to the town and we'll get more parking spaces. Is that something that is that something that's out of our criteria?
Every application stands on its own.
Right.
And, I think we have to weigh the facts that are before us, which
Okay.
is whether there's, whether there is sufficient parking available or to be designated.
So that means the next person that comes in front of us, is he still gonna be able to say, well, there's 22 parking spaces on Front Street?
Well, what I would say to that is we entertain parking variances all the time.
Yep,
And, we have granted them, and so whoever comes to us next has the same rights as the folks.
No, I'm
here
not
tonight.
saying that. I'm
And,
just gonna-
I mean, there's always the last application and there are always prior applications, but they all stand on their own. And my point is just, Chris, that, these folks could have come here tonight and said, you've granted all of these applications. in
right,
the
I know
past."
everything is different,
Right. And they,
but is the town, I guess my question is the town gonna say sooner or later that that's it?
I don't know. That's not our call.
Okay,
That's a bigger town-wide decision.
I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah.
that wasn't us.
Yeah, we can only deal with what's before us tonight at this point in time. So,
Mr. Chairman?
In a real sense, the zoning board rules tell you what the parking should be. And so now we're moving away from what the requirements are
So we're,
and figuring out a reason to justify that. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. All I'm saying is the town has spoken in terms of what they think we should do.
that's a fair statement. Our question tonight is whether
Right.
the variance criteria are met and whether a relief is justified.
And if we were, as we often do, looking at the parking at a large-scale development on the edge of town, then the parking regulations really do serve a hard and fast purpose. You have to provide enough parking for your residences if you're developing on open land. When we get downtown, it gets tricky. It really does.
Founded in 1638, all these buildings are built close together. They were built in a time when there was no need for on-site parking. So do we want our downtown to thrive?
Yes?
If we do, we have to find places for parking to occur off-site.
That's not our decision, though.
Well, that is the planning department's decision, and we are charged with dealing with the hardship of the fact that there is no on-site parking.
Okay, but downtown residential parking does not benefit the
So-
economy.
I think, so, but
I
that is
disagree.
I'm going to stop right there. That's
Yeah.
a policy issue.
Correct.
So I'd like to go through the criteria.
Right.
To the extent these concerns impact the criteria, then I think they are fair game and we should discuss them. But
Okay.
Do you want to go through the variance criteria, or do you want a motion, Mr. Chairman?
if someone is ready to take a motion, I would entertain a motion and we can review the criteria as part of that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to approve the application of Exonian Properties LLC for a variance from Article 5, Section 5.6.6, for relief to provide no on-site parking where 24 spaces are required for the proposed residential development at 43 Front Street.
Second?
Second.
In terms of the variance criteria, there are 5. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. And frankly, in my mind, I have a bit of a question mark surrounding this one, but I have convinced myself that it is the responsibility of this board to treat the application in the same manner that we have treated every other application that has come before us, whether it is for temporary parking. I agree that overnight parking is going to be trickier, that winter parking is going to be trickier. But I do not believe that it is contrary to the public interest for us to grant a variance that allows for parking for this residential property.
Okay, and I disagree.
Okay?
And I disagree because the impact of, the solution to the problems that are caused will bear on the town if there is in fact a solution, or inhibit retail sales because people can't get to the stores, and inconvenience other people who are residential and are now using those spots. And we're talking here about a 50% increase in the current existing overnight parking for a single project. And to me, that's just totally unacceptable.
Okay, I think the language you just used is inaccurate. It is not a 50% increase in the demand. This is an additional 20-something spots.
Yeah, and they're 40,
But we don't know what the demand is on those spots.
I'm not saying.
No.
I'm not saying that we know it or not. All
Okay.
I'm saying is we wouldn't have them.
Right.
if
It's not a
didn't need
50%,
them.
we don't know that it's a 50% increase because we don't know, we know it's an increase of up to 20-something additional spots. That we do understand. Number 2, the spirit of the ordinance is observed.
Well, that's the same as 1.
That's the same as 1, so we'll go on that. Substantial justice is done. So this is a balance, of course, between the detriment to the public and the benefit. There's an obvious benefit to the applicant. On the other hand, the applicant is going to have to work through their own marketing, and they're going to have to explain why, no, I'm sorry, your condominium unit does not come with parking, and this is where you're going to have to park. And I would hope that there would be an appropriate explanation there, but that's not our responsibility. I don't know that we could quantify in any way that I'm comfortable with a detriment to the public by allowing off-site parking for this residential use.
Yeah,
That's the trouble that I have.
I
It's-
agree, and I think, what I keep going back to, I'm glad Laura talked to David Sharples. 'Cause
Yeah.
That is very, what's clear to me, and I wish we had more information, and I don't blame the applicant for this, because I don't think they provided what they could, but about what the needs are. But I am convinced from the facts that I've heard tonight, and from anecdotally and from what Laura has reported from
Yeah.
talking to Dave Sharples, that the town officials that are tasked with dealing with these parking issues have confidence that the capacity is there or can be added.
Thank you. Number 4, the
Well,
values.
but before you charge ahead, the question posed to the town officials wasn't the question that I'm concerned with. Sure, all you have to do is change some classification on some parking spots, and now they're overnight parking spots. That doesn't increase the number of parking spots. Full
Agreed.
stop. We're talking about 24 possible vehicles, full-time possible use, and at least part-time, a lot of them, 24.
Agreed.
And no commercial benefit at all to the town.
Well, I disagree that there's no commercial benefit. This is a significant tax increase, but I appreciate
Commercial
your-
benefit.
Well, it's still a commercial, it's still,
If you read about planning in downtown, the mixed-use scenario is vital because you get people, it brings people to the place. I know I've driven through downtown Exeter at times, and it's after 7:30, it's completely dead. But if you have downtown residents, the place has more life to it, and it's a synergy that's created, and it's certainly the current theory in planning is that the mixed use is better. And I've seen it, in downtown Manchester, for instance, when nobody lived downtown, it was a ghost town at night, and it wasn't really very safe. Whereas once they started to bring in both restaurants and entertainment venues and residential housing, it all worked together to bring the place back.
Assuming that people who were coming from downtown have a place to park when they get there.
well, right.
So, anyway, that's another discussion, but I do think there's at least a basis for believing that the residential is beneficial.
Okay. I hear you. I just disagree.
Okay,
That is fair.
That is fair,
we
absolutely.
do that sometimes, it's okay.
Number 4, I'm also mindful of the fact that we have 3 other applicants.
I know.
The values of surrounding properties are not diminished. We've certainly heard no testimony that would indicate that values of surrounding properties are going to be impacted by our giving parking.
No.
And number 5, I will readily admit that I have been on this board since 2000, and I believe it was 3. And in that time, number 1, we have kept on saying, we need to do something about parking, year in and year out. We've never done anything about parking. So if anybody from the town's listening, and the second thing that I still don't understand about the literal enforcement. I believe that there would be unnecessary hardship placed on the applicant by requiring them to, while I happen to believe that it is feasible, I also happen to believe it would be expensive to provide, incredibly expensive, uneconomically perhaps expensive for this project to provide on-site parking. So I do believe that a literal enforcement of this ordinance would force them to either not turn this into residential or to simply incur costs that they would not be able to sustain. So,
And again, I disagree. I think that, I agree there's a hardship, significant hardship. But the cost to provide a parking system will pale in comparison to the cost, the value of the project as a whole, and in addition, it will be less than the cost to reinforce the existing structure just to take the buildings that they plan to put in.
Call the vote, please.
Any other comments?
That's it.
Okay. I will call the vote. We have a motion. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Guess what? Nay. Does the planning board get another
Yes, the
cut at
planning
this?
board will review this and will review parking.
Thank you very much.
And you can attend.
Thank you.
My wife told me to not misbehave. I thought it was doing
I
pretty
actually,
good.
you've been, yeah, for you, Rick, that was pretty good. No, look, it's a
is a
tough
hard one.
issue.
That's
Right.
what I thought.
But I am gonna keep it moving because we
8:30.
have a lot. So next is the application for Stephen Room, and I apologize if I mispronounced that, for variance from Article 5, Section 5.3.1A2 and 5.3.1A3 to permit the proposed construction of a detached 22 by 20 foot garage with less than the required side and rear yard setbacks for property located at 89 Park Street in the R2 Single Family Residential Zoning District. Is the applicant here tonight?
Okay, you got 3 minutes. Hurry up. Come on.
Yeah.
Jog.
About all it's
Sorry,
gonna
sorry,
take,
there's a
I think.
smile under the mask. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Good evening, my name is Caroline Room, and I live at 89 Park Street in Exeter. We're applying for a variance to build a garage. We have been in this home now since 2006, and would just like a little more space to put cars out of sight and out of the elements in the wintertime. We are planning to live here for a very long time. The house was built elevated in the middle of a non-conforming lot, so there is little space around it where we are able to build the detached garage with it being either an awkward location or right up against our neighbor's front door. Also, an attached garage would alter the use of either the walkout basement exit or the use of the porch, which we love because it allows us to be outside in the summer without having the sun beat down on us. The current shed location is the least obstructive space on the property and has the least effect on surroundings. We are proposing as small a garage as we can to minimize effect on surroundings and plan to make it an asset to the property with quality roofing and natural siding. And that's all I have.
I have,
No, go ahead. You first. You're
just a
the
quick
chair.
question. I am looking at the sort of hand markup of the tax map, just so I understand. So it'll be 2 feet off either property line, although it's at the, well, I have 2 questions, I guess. It looks like it's coming a little bit farther away from your neighbor's yard to the left. Is that the case, or is it going to be in line with the existing shed?
So
that.
Brian's
Yeah.
gonna help me here.
I'm Brian Fraser, I'm their builder. And when you say, looking at the house from which side?
So I'm looking from Park Street.
From Park Street, okay, yeah.
I'm just looking at the sketch.
Yep.
And it looks like it's gonna be in line with the existing shed and then slightly pulled away from the lot line.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that was, I mean, I realize it's a hand sketch.
It's a
but
hand sketch, so-
that's accurate, or will it be in the same location?
Yeah, it's in that general vicinity. I mean, what they're trying to do is keep it at a minimum. You can see that the lot is in an actual 90-degree angle. So at a minimum, they were asking for a few feet off of the property line to that side.
If they followed this line out, it would hit the property line.
Right.
So they're shifting it toward Locust Avenue by a
Yes.
couple of feet, so that as it gets wider, it doesn't hit the property line, because this is less than 90 right there.
Right.
At the minimum, it would be a 2 feet, and then in that back corner, closer to, say, the neighbor on Locust Ave, it would be more like 6 or 7 feet, or it's just, the lot lines don't come together at a 90-degree angle.
Right, less than 90.
Yeah, so it's basically parallel to the Locust Street neighbor.
Have you talked to your neighbors?
Yes.
What have
Yes,
they
and
said?
they're all okay with it. each side and then across the street as well. We talked to them as well, so everybody knows and they're all cool with it.
All right, the people who will be directly impacted would be most concerning to me.
I noticed that there's a dip. Are you going to have to build up?
No, that's the reason why they would like to put the garage where it is. The dip and the deck and the walkout basement make it all, from a builder standpoint and financially, it just makes it unrealistic to attach a garage there, so that's.
No, I know, but I
Yeah.
mean, from Locust, it drops down
Just a
several
little
feet.
bit, yeah,
Just-
probably drops 3 feet.
Right.
Yeah, off the driveway.
You're not going to have to build up?
No, no
Okay.
fill.
Okay, no fill? Thank you.
fill.
Okay.
20-foot height.
What's that?
20-foot height on the garage?
I would think that's about max. I mean, I'd imagine a wall at 8 feet, so yeah, just, we don't actually have plans for the gable end yet, but I would imagine it would be less than 20 or less.
Okay, any questions?
When we talk height, we're talking height of the center of the roof, or,
Yes.
Gable end.
Yes, to the peak of the gable end, which faces Locust Street.
good.
Yep, yep.
Okay,
I'm good with it.
that's great. Is anyone from the public like to speak to this application? Excellent. Hearing none, I'm going to close the public session. We'll go into deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
It's nice to have an easier application, so thank you for that.
Though technically parking related, but.
Yes, still parking.
Still parking, on-site. On-site parking provided.
I move that we accept, or that we approve the application for variance from Article 5, Section 5.3.1A2 and 5.3.1A3 to permit the proposed construction of a detached 22 by 20 garage with less than the required side and rear setbacks on the property located at 89 Park Street,
Seconded.
as proposed.
This is on-site parking, right?
It's
Yes.
on-site parking,
Okay.
and it's covered.
Have you investigated hydraulics?
Stop. Any discussion about, any further discussion about the application? Does anyone want to, do we want to go through the criteria, or will we stand on the application as submitted?
I think we're okay.
I think we're
but
good.
Then I'll
Happy
call,
to do that if you want.
no, I think that's fine. I'll call a vote.
Aye.
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 You
Congratulations.
got it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is the application of Ben and Sarah Anderson for a special exception pursuant to Article 4, Section 4.2, Schedule 1, permitted uses, and Article 5, Section 5.2, to permit the operation of a bed and breakfast and the existing accessory structure located at 66 Newfields Road and the RU Rural Zoning District.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, my name is Justin Passe. I'm a lawyer at DTC Lawyers in Portsmouth. Representing tonight Ben and Sarah Anderson, owners of the property at 66 Newfields Road. We are not seeking parking relief. I think the board knows this project and this property well. I plan on just doing a quick overview of some of the important factual considerations for the property and the proposal itself, but then also going through the special exception criteria. If there are questions, I think it was almost this exact board that reviewed our last go-around on this project last summer. So happy to answer questions, but more of an overview tonight. So tax map 24, lot 29 in the RU district, a large property right in the bend in Newfields Road as you head out of town, 5.5 acres in size. Improved, as the board knows, by a single-family dwelling and an attached garage where Ben and Sarah live. And then also the word barn. The board will recall the word barn essentially It was the old range stables. It was the horse stables for the old range farm. In the 1980s, it was taken down basically to nothing and rebuilt with timbers from the original barn, but also with reinforced steel I-beams, and also has its own dedicated septic, heating, and electric systems. It is the where the Word Barn Cultural Arts Center is located. We permitted that back in 2017. It's an important contribution to the cultural scene in Exeter, as the board is aware. That building, the Word Barn, also has a studio apartment in it. It is situated, as you know, the barn itself is situated close to the road and is very insulated. There are wooded buffers on all sides around the property. On three sides, on essentially that side of Newfields Road, it's surrounded by the open space for the Captain's Meadow subdivision. And then across the street, of course, it's abutted by the town-owned conservation land. So very mature and very permanent in its location and the circumstances for the property itself. The exhibits in the record which depict everything I just said were the aerial photographs. There's a floor plan that we provided that depict the actual Word Barn cultural space, and then on the right side of those floor plans, the studio apartment space. There are also photographs of the Word Barn unit itself within the record. So a brief history regarding the residential nature of that Word Barn unit. It was occupied for decades, since the 1980s, for a long-term rental. The Andersons purchased the property in 2013 and used it for that purpose, dedicated it to that purpose for about 6 years. In 2017, as this board knows, the Word Barn was permitted. Thereafter, the next year, the long-term tenants in this single studio apartment left, and the Andersons decided to use the Airbnb platform to rent that same space to short-term transient renters, because that use really was more consistent with the ongoing Word Barn use and the events that were hosted in the space. In that time frame, there were 471 total guests. The Andersons would tell you that these were mostly couples, really, from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York City, on their way to Maine in most cases. These couples would stay. They would come and patronize Exeter restaurants and shops. We're not aware of any complaints during the pendency of the Andersons' use of the Word Barn unit for a transient guest. And they were, as the information in the package suggests, very well received by the Airbnb platform. They were super hosts. Their accommodations include the provision of breakfast, and there's, of course, within the Word Barn unit itself, an area for the guests to dine. So in December of 2020, the town sent the Andersons a notice of violation, which basically said, hey, short-term rentals are not an approved use in the town of Exeter, so you need relief. Mr. Eastman was kind enough at the time to suggest that perhaps a bed and breakfast might be the use that we could pursue from a permitting perspective. We came to this board in July of last year and asked for that relief, a special exception relief, to permit a bed and breakfast on the site. At the time, the definition for bed and breakfast within Article 2 of the zoning ordinance was, I'm just going to read it, the primary dwelling of an owner-operator that provides exclusively for the lodging of transient guests and whose posted rates shall include breakfast. A bed and breakfast shall not be used for any other hospitality or business-related uses. A bed and breakfast shall not have more than 4 rentable rooms and must have a dining area capable of accommodating the number of registered guests. So we had a couple of meetings, I think, actually, on that issue. We provided some of the old legislative history at the time that the original definition for bed and breakfast was adopted by the town meeting. And ultimately, this board denied our special exception application, I think, on basically 2 findings, those being that the definition required that the bed and breakfast be housed within the dwelling unit, the primary dwelling unit on the property. And the board also determined that the proposed use here would be an additional business on the property, a hospitality-like business, which was not permitted by the definition of bed and breakfast. So that application was denied. We also provided a variance application asking for the same relief. So it was an alternative type approach. In the event that you denied the special exception, we asked for a variance. And ultimately, that application was denied too. But importantly, I think for our discussion tonight, the board found that the first 4 criteria of the variance criteria were met. So the spirit of the ordinance, the public interest prong, the substantial justice prong, and then the property value prong, which is important for us because I'm not suggesting that they're binding findings on this case, but I am saying that it's persuasive evidence that this board previously found that those 4 criteria were met, because that means, under the law, that the board saw the proposed use of the single unit bed and breakfast as being consistent with the neighborhood and not posing a public threat and not compromising surrounding property values and accomplishing substantial justice. But nonetheless, the board found that the hardship criteria was not met. We disagreed, of course, with that interpretation and actually took an appeal, which is still pending in the Superior Court. But in the meantime, we got the cogs of democracy going. We filed a petition warrant article to amend the bed and breakfast definition under the zoning ordinance, which was supported by more than 100 people. I think Ben has a copy of the citizens petition that was filed with the town that we can provide. It was supported significantly by members of the neighborhood next door, Captain's Meadows. And the proposed change essentially removed the requirement that the bed and breakfast be in the primary dwelling on the property, and it removed the prohibition on other hospitality or business-related uses. So, as proposed, the definition is that the primary dwelling that a bed and breakfast is a primary dwelling of an owner-operator and/or detached accessory structure on the same property that provides for the lodging of transient guests and whose posted rates shall include breakfast. A bed and breakfast shall not have more than 4 rentable rooms and a dining area capable of accommodating the number of registered guests. So the Andersons appeared in this room on the 13th of January of this year to present this proposal to the planning board. We have copies of the minutes of that presentation, but basically it was, hey, the ZBA said that we didn't meet the definition of bed and breakfast. We're proposing a change to the definition so that we do meet it. It was well received. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend its adoption by the town meeting. And then a couple of days later, the Andersons went to the deliberative session and stood up in front of the legislative body and said, hey, this is what we're proposing, this is what we want to do. It was once again very well received by the select board. And then ultimately, in March, the town meeting adopted it by a supermajority. It was 84% of the vote said yes to change this definition. So, as I said, we do have a pending court case in the Superior Court challenging this board's decision on the variance, but in light of the petition warrant article, we asked the court to basically stop and stay the hearing in that case to see if we could get this approval and approach this from a permitting perspective instead of trying to handle it in the courts, which we thought was appropriate. So, as amended, I would suggest that we do meet the definition of a bed and breakfast as it was changed by the town meeting because the property is owned by the Andersons. The Andersons live in the single-family dwelling on the property. The bed and breakfast is proposed to lodge transient guests. It's a single unit. It's not 4. All living accommodations are included, and the rate includes breakfast. So, and of course, there's a dining area capable of accommodating the number of guests. So, with the change to the definition, yes, Mr. Baum.
I do have a question, sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
Although that was your short version, so
Yeah.
I will. But I do have a question. One of the questions that came up in the last round was, we didn't get too far down that road, but, what was breakfast? And I still have that question, so I wanted to know if that's changed or if you could, go into that.
So it's the same thing we previously said. It's the provision of eggs and honey, which are developed on site, and toast, which together collectively, with also the provision, I think, coffee, tea and coffee, excuse me, in the unit itself. So collectively, those are the breakfast provisions.
And I did note that it says based in the ad, which I guess is the old ad, because it's
Right.
been taken down, it says based on availability.
Right.
So I just want to confirm that there will be breakfast
There
served
will be,
at
I
all
don't even need to
times.
look at Mr. Anderson. There will be breakfast provided. Yes, Ms. Pennell?
Where will the breakfast be provided?
So if you look at the pictures that we provided, and certainly Mr. Anderson or Ms. Anderson could stand up and talk to this too, but there's a little kitchen area in which when guests arrive, there's a welcome package that includes the eggs, that includes the toast, that includes the honey. There's coffee and tea already there, so it's provided for the guests when they get there. It certainly can be supplemented as needed as the stay.
But is it in the studio?
Yeah.
Correct.
So the dining area is in the studio.
Correct.
Now, you're including breakfast, do you have to have a meals tax?
Correct. So the state has an 8.5% meals tax that it imposes on the rate, the total rate of the stay. So that 8.5%, the Andersons have to, once a month, provide an accounting to the state. Even if they don't have guests that month, they still have to provide an accounting. And then 8.5% of every, it was just reduced, I think it was 9%, now it's 8.5% of everyone's stay goes to the state, which ultimately, and it's part of what we say in the public interest context of this application, ultimately trickles into a benefit to the town because it helps offset the local taxes.
But still, something bothers me about the definition of bed and breakfast. I just have the feeling of having to go to a separate room and being sort of served.
They snookered him.
Yeah, well, why don't, I opened this can, so I apologize for that, but why don't we wait, because that is part of, that's the first criteria, is whether they meet the, basically whether it's permitted, which is whether they meet the special exception criteria, so I don't know if you want to address that now, or we want to wait and address your question then. I don't want to cut it off, I just.
No, I'm happy to address it now because I think it's relevant. It'll come up again, I'm sure. So the primary issue that we had in June of last year when we were before the board, and we were talking about the language of the definition as it existed then, was that we had some meeting minutes from like 1984 when it was passed that weren't totally dispositive. It wasn't really clear what was going on, although we had an interpretation of them. The nice thing about the way that the definition exists today is that the town's legislative body, the town meeting, and the planning board was told specifically what we were trying to accommodate. We were trying to accommodate, very selfishly, the squeezing what we're doing, what the word barn proposal is for a bed and breakfast, into the definition, and it was universally accepted. So as a ZBA, your job is not easy most of the time because there's not really a lot of evidence in the record about why the definition would change or how it exists the way that it is. And I would just submit that this is that rare situation where you know exactly what the planning board and the legislative body wanted when they voted 84% to say yes to the change.
Well, you see, I disagree with you. I mean, I don't think they, well, it's not mine to say.
He's got us, Martha.
What?
He's got us. He got the rule changed. Your issue doesn't count.
He only got the part about not having another business on the
Well-
premise.
No, he didn't.
Let's do, what I'd like to do is I want to just hold off on that discussion because we have to discuss whether he meets that definition.
Yeah, that's
And
it.
that's the first prong that they have to meet, and then we'll have to discuss. And so, I think we'll have that conversation, but I want to have it either as part of deliberative or as part of questions to the applicant, rather than
Okay. Fine.
deliberation now while we're in the public session.
The last thing I'll say, Mr. Baum, because it's totally relevant, I don't want to forget it. The previous definition said the primary dwelling. And we argued at the time, well, there are other bed and breakfasts in town that have rooms within detached buildings. And the board said, correctly, I mean fairly, at the time, it says primary dwelling. The change says primary dwelling, and then it says and/or detached accessory dwelling. So that is the new definition, which specifically contemplates what we're proposing.
Oh.
So, I even wrote break in my notes. I'm happy to take questions now. My next step was to start going through the actual special exception criteria.
Any other questions for the applicant about the use or about the property? Okay, why don't you go through the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the first provision of the special exception criteria is that the use is permitted by special exception as set forth in Article 4.2, Schedule 1 of the zoning ordinance. Of course, that's the case here. Bed and breakfasts are allowed by special exception in the RU district. As amended, as we've talked about, we would submit that our proposed use squarely fits the new definition, so we would say that first criteria is satisfied. The second criteria is that the use is so designed, located, and proposed to be operated that the public health, safety, welfare, and convenience will be protected. Again, I point to the analysis and the discussion that we had in the context of the variance criteria last summer, which really required the board to discuss things like the essential character of the neighborhood, whether or not the proposal is going to threaten the public health, safety, or welfare, and whether or not substantial justice would be accomplished by the proposal. And of course, this board found, I think unanimously on each of those criteria that it did. But just to be more specific, this is a very minor and reasonable use. It operated as a transient Airbnb for 2 years without any complaints as far as we're aware. The property is very insulated, as I said, on 3 sides by the open space from the Captain's Meadow subdivision, across the street by conservation land the town owns. So this is the permanent situation for this piece of property. And the use we're talking about is completely indiscernible from the road because the word barn stands, the front of it is not where the access is provided. You have to come onto the lot, as I know everybody knows, and drive behind the building. So the use is indiscernible from the road. There is no public health threat. There are public health benefits, I think, and public interest benefits in the forms of more patrons in town, the staterooms and meals tax, which we talked about previously. And I would suggest that we have a petition here that 1,700 people signed, that those aren't all residents of Exeter, but I'll put it in the record so it's in the record. There is widespread support from the public for not only the word barn, but specifically for this proposed use. So I would say that criteria is satisfied by virtue of the unique circumstances of this property and the fact that the proposed use is just so benign. It's existed on the property in one form or another for 40 years, and it's reasonable under the circumstances. The third criteria is that the proposed use will be compatible with the zone district and adjoining post-1972 development where it is to be located. That's always an interesting wording for a criteria I've found, but I think that's satisfied. There's nothing about the property's appearance that's going to change at all. I think this criteria is really looking at how it's going to alter the character of the neighborhood. It's not going to at all. It's just going to ensure the consistent appearance of the neighborhood and of the property for years to come. The barn, of course, has been there for decades and decades and decades. The residential use of this specific unit has been there for decades. And in fact, this is actually a less impactful use than other uses that are permitted in the RU district by special exception, like churches. The fourth criteria is that adequate landscaping and screening are provided as required herein. You have the aerial photos. The property is buffered on 3 sides by very mature trees, a wooded buffer, and of course, beyond that, beyond the property lines by open space from the Captain's Meadows subdivision. So again, there's going to be no discernible change to the appearance of the property by virtue of the proposed use. Fifth, that adequate off-street parking and loading is provided, and ingress and egress is so designed as to cause minimum interference with traffic on abutting streets. Under the zoning ordinance for a bed and breakfast, the regulation requires 2 off-street parking spaces for the primary dwelling use on the property, and then 1 space for each rented unit. So here, we need 1 additional space. As you can see from the aerial photographs, there are ample space on the lot for parking. We actually have 2 dedicated spaces that are striped immediately adjacent to the word barn. And of course, as a condition of approval, we are happy to acknowledge that we have to go back to the DOT to get a change to the DOT driveway permit to accommodate the change in use.
Can I ask actually that was one of the questions I had, because when this was before us the last time, my understanding is that original permit, some original permit obligations for the word barn were still outstanding. Can you fill us in on the current status of the DOT permit?
Happy to. So I have a copy of the current permit, and frankly, I think I tried to lay on my sword the last time. There was confusion because in 2017, the word barn was permitted. We weren't on top of changing the use classification with the DOT. So when we came back for a different proposal at the time, if you remember, it was for a microbrewery. The state flagged it and said, well, wait a second, it hasn't caught up to the permitting. And then COVID happened, and like everything else, we just pressed pause on everything. So when we came back last year, the question was, why has this not been resolved? Because in the interim, the Andersons had worked at getting a second curb cut for a overfull parking lot closer to Captain's Meadows. So now, all of that is permitted by the state. The current permit contemplates parking at the traditional access that you envision coming next to the word barn itself, but also a second curb cut. They had to get Conservation Commission approval. They pulled a tree down from across the street. They got an easement from the town for the sight lines. So all of the curb cuts and parking is copacetic at this point. The one caveat to that is, if we get this approval, we have to go back to the state and say, hey, there's this additional use in the form of a single room bed and breakfast, which they'll have to update the permit. But we are completely copacetic with the
So
state.
as of today, the word barn, all of the current permitted uses are contemplated and permitted under
That
the
is correct.
existing DOT driveway permit?
That is
Okay.
correct. And again, I mean, it's another condition of approval, but certainly happy to condition the approval on going back to the DOT, but also, as I'll talk about, to doing what we did with the word barn itself, which was a condition of approval that required Mr. Eastman and the, life safety personnel in town to come out and ensure that the space is compliant with the applicable local regulations and can be rented for residential purposes.
Yeah, I would be personally interested in that. And on the DOT, do you know if an amendment to that permit is needed offhand, or is it something you would present to the DOT and?
I think, I can't answer the question, Mr. Chairman, but I think a condition that says any additional amendment to the DOT permit as needed would be totally sufficient, because if it's not significant enough to warrant a change to the
That's
permit,
my point.
then.
I want to make sure if we put a condition on this, that we're not requiring something the DOT is not requiring.
Right.
Because at the time, we didn't know we weren't doing anything wrong, so it is allowed for a unit.
Mr. Anderson states that he thinks from the state's perspective that it is permitted and that no change to the permit would be required. Certainly, we can still, if we word the condition of approval correctly, that it's not a binding, obligatory thing, I think that's sufficient, and we'll cross the Ts and dot the Is to make sure that we're good.
Doug, can I ask you, is that something that would be that would be confirmation by, I assume, your office? Is that something that the DOT?
Right now, we're in compliance.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I want to say in the permit, it did say something about a change in use would require something from just a review maybe, or just say, yo, what are you doing there?
It's my understanding that a change in use would require
Okay,
So,
another
we'll make sure
review.
that happens.
okay. Thank you.
And would that have to take place, Mr. Eastman, prior to your, I assume there would be some license that you would have to give?
Well, we probably issue a CO on the unit, that's what we, I would say yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, picking it up, the sixth requirement is that the use conforms with all applicable regulations governing the district where located, except as may otherwise be determined for large-scale developments. We would submit that this proposed use is consistent, 100% compliant with the other applicable regulations governing the RU district within the zoning ordinance. But as I said, we're happy with the condition of approval that requires confirmation from DOT. I can put something on our letterhead after we've had that discussion and send it to Mr. Eastman and CC the ZBA. And also happy with a condition of approval that requires the town life safety and Mr. Eastman coming out to the property to make sure that we are good from a regulatory perspective to rent the residential space to third parties. The seventh requirement is that as a condition of special exception approval, the applicant may be required to obtain town plan review and/or planning board approval of the site plan. We would suggest here that there are no new structures or changes to existing structures that we're proposing. It's been in existence for decades. We've talked about the potential conditions of approval, which I think would address or capture otherwise the intent of what this condition is saying, which is, hey, we need to make sure that it's a safe space, that it's compatible with the existing uses on the property, and because of the limited nature and the benign nature of the use itself, and the fact that it really has been on the property in one form or another for decades and decades, that's not necessary in this case. The eighth criteria is that the use shall not adversely affect abutting or nearby property values. I think we satisfy this criteria sort of as a self-evident matter. The use is indiscernible. You cannot tell from the street or any abutting property that it is happening, but we did provide a letter from Ally Goodwin, a realtor with Haven Homes and Lifestyle at Keller Williams, and she stated not only will it not negatively affect surrounding property values, but that permitting this bed and breakfast at the property will have the effect of increasing this property's value, which has the sort of incidental effect of increasing the values of properties around it. The final two criteria I do not think apply. One deals with bulk storage of materials which might blow up, and the other pertains to applications for use in the professional tech park district, so I'd say they are not applicable to this application. So those are the criteria. Mr. Chairman, happy again to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none, I'm going to open this up to members of.
We get more.
Oh, I'm sorry, Martha.
There's something fundamentally I don't understand. Why can't you just do this as an apartment? Why does it have to be a B and B?
Because his band makes so much noise that he can't get a long-term rental.
Well,
Well, have a short term, or, I mean, what,
This is the short, they can't, short-term is not, short-term rentals are not permitted. So this is the way that they are getting a short-term rental, basically.
how long do you rent for?
so it's in the 2 years that was in operation, it had a 97% occupancy. Most of that use are people coming in for long weekends. It's couples going on vacation to northern New Hampshire and Maine that use Exeter as a stop, as opposed to Newburyport or Kittery or Portsmouth. They're coming to Exeter and they're staying for a couple of days. There's a couple of things that make the project really attractive for that purpose. It's very quaint and beautiful and nice.
Oh, it is, I agree with you.
It's also across the street from conservation property. They welcome dogs, which is a big draw, so people could bring their dogs and then use the public space. And then obviously, Exeter is an attraction for obvious reasons. People come and enjoy the dining and the shopping and everything else. It's just that the nature of this use, of the shorter stays, is more compatible than a longer-term renter with what's going on at the Word Barn, which, as you know, is a cultural arts center which has people coming and going during the day and occasionally at night too. So it's just more compatible. It just makes more sense for the property.
So you're saying it would be very unusual for somebody to come and stay longer than a week?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What is the average stay?
I think I'll answer, but Mr. Anderson, correct me. I'm 2 or 3 nights is what my understanding is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, now, assuming I'm not overlooking anyone, I am going to open it up to the public, to anyone who wants to speak for or against or to this application. All right. Hearing no one, I'm going to close the public session and we'll enter into deliberation.
So before we start, I'd like to suggest that people on the board who have ancillary rentals might be appropriate for them to recluse themselves, or whatever the right word is.
I don't understand your statement.
Well, you now meet the requirements for conversion to a bed and breakfast.
I'm also a property owner and a taxpayer and many other things.
Right. And so you can decide. That's what I think. Now, having said that, I don't think there's any need to go through the items. It's clear the application should be accepted. The zoning book has been revised to match their submittal. I'm almost surprised Doug even sent it to us, and probably.
Well, it still requires a special exception.
You're
and
right.
I do think we still have to go through the criteria.
Okay.
And I would be happy to go through that, or as we've done with the other applications, if someone wants to make a motion, and then go through that criteria.
Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Thielbar brought it up, I do have an accessory dwelling unit at my property, and if the board feels that I need to recuse myself, I would be happy to do that, although I have absolutely no problem with continuing with this application.
So I guess so you have an accessory dwelling unit. It is not a bed and you're not a.
It's a rental.
It is a, well, then it's.
Currently occupied by my daughter.
Yeah, that's a permitted,
That's a property that has the
I'm not
potential.
saying it's not permitted. What I'm saying is it now meets the requirements for conversion to a bed and breakfast.
I don't know that that's true, and I'm not sure, I mean, let me just pause there. So I will say I have no I have no concern.
Do you have a spare bedroom in your house? If so, you could now run a bed and breakfast out of your house, as can everybody else at this table, Mr. Thilbar.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that I have an accessory dwelling unit, because it says nothing about accessory dwelling units in this definition.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, and it's not that Bob runs a bed and breakfast, or that
I do, I run an illegal one.
Well, if he ran a bed and breakfast, it would actually, I mean, he would still not have a
Right, it's not a
need to
conflict.
recuse himself. I personally don't think it's a conflict. It's
Okay, I
ultimately.
was trying to make a point, and I'd like to make another point, and that is, more to what Martha said before, and I'm going to say it differently than you, but the intention for the concept of a bed and breakfast was for a family to be able to take someone from outside the community into their home and provide them an inexpensive place to stay, be served a nice meal, and become familiar with the area. Often, the bed and breakfasts were in interesting structures, so they gave people the chance to go into the structure. What we're talking about here is a damn motel room, and that is not what a bed and breakfast is intended to be. Now, what they've submitted absolutely meets the definition that they conned the Board of Selectmen.
Wait,
Okay.
Rick, stop. That's not fair. I won't accept that language. That they did everything that you are permitted to do.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
file a citizen's petition, they were upfront about it. That is not a fair characterization. You may not like this, and you may not think it fits the correct definition, and I get that. And, I don't think it's traditionally what you think of with a bed and breakfast, but that doesn't matter. I mean, the question is, does it meet the definition in the ordinance?
I agree with you. I said that the thing can pass. There's no reason not to pass it. And the only reason I'll vote no is because it's a protest vote.
Well,
Carry on, let's have the vote.
all right. Well, I hope you won't just take a protest vote for something that you think meets the criteria, because it puts us at, it puts this board at risk. But
Okay,
you've made your statement, we understand.
good.
So let's talk about the criteria, and number one is that it is a permitted special exception. It is a use permitted by special exception. I do think it clearly meets this. It is a primary dwelling. It is detached accessory structure on the same property. Provides for lodging of transient guests, and it includes breakfasts. There is no definition for what breakfast is, so they've provided it, and they've confirmed that they will provide it. It doesn't have more than 4 rentable rooms, and it has a dining area capable of accommodating the number of guests. Again, the definition doesn't say where the dining area needs to be. It doesn't have to be public or within the main home. So I think it meets criteria A. Any further discussion?
I agree.
Nope.
Oh, good.
I agree.
Agreed.
B is that the use so designed, located, and proposed to be operated that the public health, safety, welfare, and convenience is protected. We had discussed this before. I don't think that was the major concern. It is a single unit on a large property. It is buffered from the surrounding. There's no evidence. It's buffered from the surrounding properties just because of its location on the property, and also due to the surrounding properties, which include conservation and some common area for Captain's Way. And there's certainly no evidence based on when it was in use, that there were issues with it. So I feel that criteria B is met in this case.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, any other comments? The proposed use is compatible with the zone district and adjoining post-1972 development. Just never has made much sense to me, but
again, it is permitted by bed and breakfast is permitted by special exception in the zone. This meets that criteria, and is consistent with, the existing use and with the apartment that has been there for a very long time.
And was operated illegally but successfully as a bed and breakfast for several years as well.
It was.
Bears saying.
So I think that criteria is met as well. Adequate landscaping and screening is provided. I already mentioned that. I mean, it is within the building. It is it's one unit basically, and this is a pretty buffered property. Given these circumstances, I think that's met. Any comments or, okay?
Nope, you're on a roll.
Adequate off-street parking and loading is provided, based on the existing layout. There appears to be sufficient off-street parking for the word barn use. Certainly one more, one unit is not going to tip that. There's plenty there. And that the use conforms with all applicable regulations governing the district. We covered that. I had some questions. I would, if we vote to approve this, I would like to see a condition requiring the review and approval of the bed and breakfast used by DOT. But, I think with that, this is certainly met. And then likewise, I guess, I do have a question about whether site plan, requirement of site plan that may warrant further discussion. My general feeling is this probably should have had a site plan, but that really relates more to the word barn than
Have
this
you already
bed and
moved on to
breakfast.
G, Mr. Chairman, or are you still on
Oh,
F?
I skipped F. I'm sorry.
No.
No. I talked about F.
Okay, we're okay on F, and so
Yes.
you've moved on to G.
I
and-
moved on to G.
Got it, okay. I don't think that we need to have them jump through that hoop. Site
Well-
plan review, is that necessary?
There's no
There's no
physical change.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think my feeling really relates to a use that's not being requested tonight.
Agreed.
So, I don't think it's necessary.
Any use that's already approved.
And a use that's already been approved, and maybe should have had site plan, but that is not a discussion for tonight. That the use shall not adversely affect abutting or nearby property values. Given the buffering that we've discussed, I see no evidence that property values will be impacted by this use. I'm not convinced they'll be improved, but I don't think they'll be negatively impacted. And so, I think that criteria is met. And I'm hearing no comments to the contrary. And then the last two aren't applicable. So, given that discussion, I would entertain a motion.
Here's your condition.
One second, please.
I assume that's where you're headed.
Yep. So I will make a motion to approve the application for this property for a special exception per Article 4, Section 4.2, Schedule I, permitted uses, and Article 5, Section 5.2, to permit the operation of a bed and breakfast use in the existing accessory structure located at 66 Newfields Road, with the condition that any further review and approval for the bed and breakfast use by the Department of Transportation, as well as town building and fire departments, to ensure that it meets all applicable local and state standards, is required.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none, I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I decline to vote.
Okay, one abstention.
Abstain.
Okay, so
Thank you very much.
4 in favor, 1 abstention. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I am recusing myself from this next application, and I'm
And I'm going to
gonna,
request a 5-minute break.
so we're gonna do 2 things. One, before we take the 5-minute break, Chris, is this your last meeting?
Yep.
So I want to thank Chris Merrill for his service on the board as an alternate.
Bravo.
I'm doing it a little early because I won't be here, but thank you for all your contributions. And for offering me a ride home every single, I appreciate it. Very nice.
Well, no parking spaces.
Well, you're still going to.
I know. I gotta walk. There's no parking.
He's walking,
Anyway,
he has to walk.
I will take a 5-minute break and then we'll hear the final application. Thank you.
Are you, you don't need to stick around.
I don't think so because I wasn't here
You
for
weren't
the
here for
last,
the,
yeah.
fine.
For what?
I just need a break.
No, I think that's perfect. And you are,
Yeah, I'm all set.
you're in
Is
charge
everything
now.
okay?
Yeah. My brother is kind of getting it.
Well, unless I pass out in the bathroom, then that's what's in charge.
No, I didn't bring my cheat sheet. Not
You have the
allowed.
gavel.
Okay.
You have the gavel.
My colonoscopy, because I have that issue.
Oh, boy. I went to grab my cheat sheet and then probably forgot.
I sit in one place too long, it's hard to get my legs going again.
Oh, I know. Oh, Kevin,
Yes.
I have a problem with this reading of this thing. A bed and breakfast shall have not more than 4
So that means
rental
later on,
rooms and
somebody else.
I
comes,
continue-
they're gonna keep
and
going,
not
then
more.
why have
I know.
zoning? Why
And
have
it should
no
say
parking?
and have or and, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
So I think that this
Right,
should,
but I mean, then we're gonna keep going.
we should make a suggestion.
I think that change would make sense. It's not very.
So who makes the suggestion?
Fight somewhere because
Well, yeah, I know.
So I think it would be probably a suggestion.
They're not gonna live here.
Probably to Dave.
They don't live here. They come in, they come
As the plan. Pass on the plan.
because they can get
Okay.
And I want you to know, when I got this package, I didn't think you guys would have a prayer of fitting in today, so
Here we are.
I
Not
can't
there yet.
believe it.
Yeah, it's only 9:30.
Okay, Martha's back. So, we're going to continue on, please. In Mr. Baum's absence, I'm going to be chairing this application, which is the application of the White Apron for a variance from Article 5, Section 5.6.6, seeking relief to permit less parking spaces than required for a social hall use on the property located at 1 Franklin Street, and a determination as to whether the dining/restaurant use condition imposed by a previous variance granted on said property in 2014 would apply to the applicant's proposed use. The subject property is located in the C1 Central Area Commercial and R2 Single-Family Residential Zoning Districts. This is tax map parcel number 72-71, ZBA case 22-8. Before we proceed, sir, in Mr. Baum's absence, one of the alternates will be voting. So I'll leave that as to whether it's Martha or Chris. Does either of you have a preference?
Let's let Chris go
Chris?
out in a blaze of glory.
Is that okay, Martha? It is the last meeting? All right,
Thanks.
fine. You're in a heap of trouble now. That's number one, so Mr. Merrill will be voting on it. The second thing is that I would like to point out, for the record, a slight error, but I want to make it known, should this case go any further, that there is in fact an issue with one of your documents, which is that
From the landlord, it says Rye.
landowner letter of authorization, this is Exeter, not Rye.
It's very interesting, Mr. Vice Chair. So it does say the town of Rye. First of all, my name is Attorney Colby Gamester, and I'm actually stepping in for Attorney Durbin and representing Durbin Law Offices because he had to leave this weekend on family emergent matters down in Philadelphia. So what we can tell you is that the Porches at Exeter LLC is owned by Kathleen Mahoney. Kathleen Mahoney is the member of the property that owns that property.
I fully understand it's an error caused by cut and paste from a previous document.
We would be happy to provide an updated letter of authorization for the record and provide that to Ms. McAvoy.
That would be
and
fine,
Mr.
that would be
Eastman.
sufficient. I simply wanted to make you aware of that, should
Thank you.
somebody make an issue out of it further downstream. I wanted you to be aware that that was there. Again, your name?
Take down that note, Mr. Chair, so I don't forget. So, good evening, Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Attorney Colby Gamester, and I'm here this evening representing the applicant, the White Apron, on its application for property located at 1 Franklin Street. With me this evening is Jay and Elizabeth Curcio, who own the White Apron and operate the White Apron. Also, we have Zach Smith, Winter Holben Architecture and Design, and Caitlin Burke of the Boulos Company. And as I previously mentioned, I'm pinch hitting this evening for Durbin Law Offices and Attorney Derek Durbin. He wishes he could be here to present in front of the board and on behalf of his client. To start things off, Attorney Durbin had provided some great information on the White Apron involved in his ZBA submission packet. And I hope that the board members had a chance to review that information. The White Apron is a fantastic local company, a first-class catering service that has been in business for over 20 years. And with this application and hopeful purchase of the subject property, we'll be able to grow and expand its offering in the Seacoast and surrounding areas. Jay and Elizabeth are residents of Stratham, and they have a lot of close ties to Exeter and are really excited for the opportunity to expand and expand closer to home. The proposed use is to consume the entire first floor of 1 Franklin Street into one central singular use. Under the ordinance, it would be deemed as the social hall use, and in business and marketing purposes, it would be for the White Apron to provide on-site catering and event services. Taken straight from Attorney Durbin's narrative, the White Apron intends to shift solely from being an off-site catering company for private events to providing and managing integrated event planning services on-site at its own location. In addition to providing catering services, it intends to assist with guest accommodations, transportation, and securing vendors for private events. By acquiring the subject property, the White Apron will be able to solicit business clientele from the more than 100 corporate headquarters in the Seacoast region, which will allow it to expand its operations and grow. It also hopes to give back to local residents by offering cooking classes, holiday celebration, and other local community-based events. So in 2014, some of the discussion and approval surrounding that approval for the use and parking and whatnot was dealt with a component of the first floor being used as a restaurant. And because of this, there was concern, and perhaps Vice Chair Pryor and Member Teelbar recall this, they were sitting on that application back in 2014. There was some concern that a future owner of the property could convert the property to an entire, first floor, full-service restaurant. And because of this, restrictions and conditions were placed on the approval, namely that the restaurant could not operate, one of them being that the restaurant could not operate until 5 p.m. But as just previously stated, the proposed use for the White Apron before you this evening is for a singular use, that being a social hall and event space on the first floor. There will be no restaurant and dine-in establishment services provided by the White Apron. I think this is why Attorney Durbin requested that the board either find that the proposed use this evening is not subject to the 2014 dining restaurant condition, or in the alternative, amend the 2014 approval to remove the dining restaurant condition. So the social hall use is a permitted use in the C1 zoning district, which the vast majority of the property is in. However, as we know, when a property sits in more than one zoning district, the more stringent regulations apply. And a minority of the portion of this property sits in the R2 district, where social halls are not permitted, But this board has already determined and found that the social hall use is reasonable and consistent with the spirit and intent of the ordinance. So amending the 2014 approval to strike the dining restaurant condition, or finding that it does not apply under this proposed use, enables the White Apron to more appropriately use and utilize the entirety of the first floor for a single purpose at scheduled times, unlike a general restaurant with patrons coming and going. We believe that this predictability in planning of events also furthers the purpose of the social hall use that was approved in 2014. It's our position this evening that with the hopeful approval of other relief requested, the White Apron could operate their event space unimpeded throughout the entire first floor. So we are requesting a formal determination by the board, since our clients are not operating a restaurant in any way, shape, or form. And that's kind of the first part of the application. I didn't know if, Mr. Vice Chair, we wanted to stop and talk about that, or go on to the variance and discuss everything thereafter.
Are there any restrictions on time? So I understand that it's not going to be operated as a restaurant. I couldn't walk up, make a reservation, and go in and have dinner unless I was a guest at an event there. Are there any restrictions on time that might carry over?
So I believe, the restriction, we believe that the restriction of the 5 p.m. was created in reviewing the minutes, which are not entirely clear, but we believe the reason why the 5 p.m. restriction was created was because the restaurant was part of the current owner's application and use of the first floor. So without that coming and going nature, like the lunchtime hour and this, that, the other, with all the planning of events and logistical factors that we'll get into in the next set of criteria, we believe that there does not need to be a time restriction.
I'm going
Steelbar.
back to the olden days. It was a long time ago. The sense that I have is that the time of service didn't have anything to do with anything more than the parking. And
Actually, do you want to say that again, the parking?
yeah. And in fact, the 11 spots that the long
Block.
has, they need during the day.
Yes.
After 5, they don't need it anymore. So those parking spaces.
Please don't shout from the back.
To
Number
correct-
one, we're going to maintain some order, please.
So therefore, those slots, those parking spaces would be available to serve the number of people that they plan to have.
Yeah, the easement actually is from actually, wait a minute, from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So even that consideration doesn't firmly mix with the 5 p.m. restriction. But, as part of this use, this proposed use, the ownership and operation of the property, that easement is very well protected. The applicants plan on adhering to those, to those rules for the 11 spaces, and there's actually a 12th overflow spot as well.
Okay. Is it not appropriate to tell them about the,
We'll get there.
okay.
The suspense is killing me.
You already know about it. We'll get there. Okay, why don't you continue on, please?
Mr. Vice Chair?
I have a
Oh, I'm sorry.
Member
question.
Pendle.
I just wanted to understand the kitchen. Are you preparing your catering from the kitchen there?
So actually, I'll have Jay and/or Elizabeth speak specifically to that.
Hi, Jay Curcio.
Microphone, sir.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
I have a pretty strong voice.
Doesn't
so
matter, you still have to
jump
speak
on
to
the mic. We have a kitchen in Dover, New Hampshire, where we currently produce all our food, which is where we will produce the food for our events that will be hosted at
So-
Washington.
This kitchen is only going to be for washing dishes and warming the food up, or?
Correct.
So there's going to be no food prep?
No, there will not. The way it stands is for the first year that we operate it, there will be no food production there.
You said the first year.
Correct.
What about the second?
We intend to produce food there, yes.
You intend to?
Produce food for our
Okay,
events
so
out of the space. Yes, ma'am.
Eventually, the kitchen will be used to prepare food, but it will be for events, not the general public.
Correct, as I believe it has been in its current setup.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no other questions, I'll move on to
Please
the-
do.
Thank you. The second request, this application is the request for a variance from section 5.6.6 of the ordinance to allow 31 parking spaces where 33 are required, a deficiency of 2 spaces. The calculation of the parking required on site for the current and proposed use this evening are as follows. For the social hall, the ordinance requires 1 parking space per 200 square feet of floor area. Rounded up, that creates a need for 28 parking spaces. There is a 1-bedroom apartment which requires 1 parking space, and there are 2 two-bedroom bedroom residential units which together require 4 parking spaces, altogether the 33 that are required by the ordinance. Back in 2014, the then applicant and the board chose not to apply the more stringent parking calculations for the entire property. Doing so would have forced the applicant at that time to treat the entire first floor as a social hall space for the calculation of parking. But furthermore, since the 2014 application, the bedroom count has actually gone down than what was originally proposed at that meeting. And 2 parking spaces previously dedicated for guest parking for the abutting condo units at 18 through 26 Franklin Street are now relocated to 25 Franklin Street. So even with completely honoring the parking easement in favor of the Long Block Condominium Association, we submit that there actually is more available parking on site today than there was as proposed in 2014. In speaking to the variance criteria, we first must show that granting the variance will not be contrary to the public interest and will observe the spirit of the ordinance. The current approved use and the proposed use are virtually one and the same, the social hall use. The de minimis parking deviation is reasonable. The granting of the specific variance would not alter the essential characteristic of the neighborhood and would equally not threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. The occupancy load of the building is currently 197 people, and that would be the same for the White Apron's use. This number, though not tied directly to the parking calculations and the standards, are supplied to be indicative of the overall demand or intensity of the property as it can be used today and as it can be used by the White Apron's proposed use. Since it has already been, since it has already been previously determined by this board that a social hall use of the property is consistent with and appropriate, the de minimis request of a further variation from the required parking is reasonable, and it would not change the essential character of the neighborhood nor threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. You know, our clients feel that this proposed use and parking calculation is more appropriate and more straightforward today as compared to the 2014 calculation and approval, which ultimately really does tie and relate to the proposed use consuming the entire first floor for a single purpose, rather than the segmented or component approach that the prior applicant had presented. And sometimes it is incredibly easy for all of us to look at the proposed use, look at the calculations, look at the standards required by the zoning ordinance, and the actual provision of parking, that we lose sight of how the applicant and their business actually functions and operates, which to us becomes the prevailing and the persuasive proof of what can be done at the property. The fact of the matter is, under the current approval, there is no restriction as to the amount of people other than the occupancy load placed on the entire property. The property can seat up to 60 people in a restaurant, in the restaurant, and then use the other portions of the building up to its maximum current, talk about losing a word, occupancy load, there we go. And without any additional consideration. Under this proposal, there is a lot more structure. There's a lot more predictability, because no one is just showing up to dine or lounge and things of that nature. When someone calls to organize the White Apron, to organize an event, be it a corporate event, a memorial service, a baby shower, a bridal shower, a wedding, a celebration of life, part of this initial interaction with that client will be about logistics and planning. And included in that will obviously be parking for guests. How many spots are available on site for the time and day of the event? How many spots are available at other locations? Carpooling, shuttle services, valet services, and other services. A potential client is going to know how many guests are coming to their event, where they are coming from, if they can carpool, if a shuttle is appropriate, if valet services should be considered to manage the parking lot. And the beauty of all of this is that our clients will be there to help them figure it all out. It's not just, it's a team effort in this instance. Once they call, the White Apron will be able to provide them with logistical solutions to contact the necessary vendors to tackle these issues, these concerns, and these items that come up for any event. So the White Apron won't only be known for their food and their catering service, but they also want to be known for their event and planning service, which includes the logistics behind having an event at this property. That will simply lead to, running a good business, to having a happy client, and to being also a good neighbor. For all those reasons stated, we believe that the granting of the relief sought this evening will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, nor represent a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. The relief sought is de minimis and is consistent with the current use of the property. We then have to look at whether or not substantial justice will be done by granting the variance, and because any loss to the individual that is not outweighed by a gain to the general public would be an injustice. There would be no gain to the public in denying the variance relief sought. In fact, we submit that there is actually a gain to the applicant and the public by granting this variance. The proposed use of the property by the White Apron is consistent with the current social hall factor and aspect of the property, for all those reasons just provided. The granting of additional relief from the de minimis deficiency of parking spaces will not have any impact upon the public. However, there would be a substantial loss to the owner of the property if this relief were to be denied in this instance. The building was constructed based on the 2014 variance approvals. It was specifically constructed to provide for the social hall space in use. Because of this, it is not your run-of-the-mill building that can easily be marketed, bought, and sold, even in this incredible real estate environment. The denial of this de minimis request would severely injure the owner of the property and would also create an injustice for the public generally by not enabling a more singular use throughout the entire first floor of the property. We also must examine whether surrounding property values will be diminished by the granting of the variance relief. We feel that we are in the position to unequivocally state that the request this evening is not only consistent with the current approved use of the property, but even more straightforward and logical with the current approved use. There would be no fair and logical argument by any abutting property owner to state that this proposed use would negatively affect its property value. The relief being requested for the de minimis deficiency of parking spaces will not have any realized impact upon surrounding properties, especially since the White Apron's operation will contain that event planning paradigm that we're proposing and presenting to the board this evening. Finally, we need to show that the literal enforcement of the provisions of the zoning ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. This property is unique in its environment. We know that it sits in 2 zoning districts, and that the small portion of the R2 zoning district is what is controlling its use. Based on the prior relief sought and granted by this board, this property was constructed for a specific purpose, and that it is primarily as a social hall. The property is currently set up zoning-wise and physically for the proposed use this evening. It is suited for holding private events and functions, which limits its marketability and what future uses can be made of it. These are the special conditions of the property which make it so that there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purposes of the ordinance provisions and the parking regulations and calculations and their application to the property with respect to the de minimis parking relief requested. We have received, and I believe that the town has as well, letters of support from the owners of 8 Clifford Street, Habanero Holdings LLC, namely Jay McSherry, also the owners of 1 through 9 Water Street, Soaring Hawk LLC, namely Stephen Kneb. That property is the Sea Dog Brew Pub. We did receive a letter from the Long Block condominium attorney regarding a representation made regarding the 11 spaces in the narrative. He wanted to clarify that there is actually 12, the 12th being an overflow space. We've communicated with the attorney of the condominium association, said we intend to completely honor the easement as is privately been agreed and recorded. And I'm not aware of any other correspondence speaking to, for, or against, although I believe there is some public here that will be speaking to, for? Against. As I conclude my remarks, this proposed use is very reasonable and consistent with current approvals in place. The White Apron will not be operating a restaurant. We don't believe it should be tied to that 2014 condition relating to restaurant uses, and we strongly believe that the White Apron team will be able to outperform any perceived constraints on this property, and as such, the de minimis parking relief of 31 spaces where 33 is required is equally as reasonable to request and grant for the benefit of the property, the White Apron, and the public. And the team and I are here to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gamester. First, I'll reserve the first question to myself. In 2014, this was envisioned as a private club as part of a larger development. And there was also the provision that there might be additional dining offered or a dining offered to people who were not otherwise residents of this cluster of homes that were built all at the same time. And oftentimes in zoning, of course, we have a list of uses and a list of things that we have to choose from. And it seemed to us at the time that a social hall was an appropriate one. Would you comment on the fact that this was originally envisioned as a private club, not a social hall in the same sense that it wasn't the Knights of Columbus Hall, which was built for social events, but rather this was built and envisioned and permitted for a much more limited use?
Well, I would say that even if it's a limited use not in design, but in thinking of what a social hall would be, it wouldn't limit the members of that club to hold their own events. And my understanding is that events have been held there for a number of years. And I don't know if Jay or Liz could speak more to how Kathleen has operated the property recently. I unfortunately never had the time to dig into that more deeply.
It's not operated recently.
So what I would say is that the ability to have events there and have it be a social hall would simply be carried over to the fact. I don't believe it was I don't believe it was limited anywhere in the record to, it must be a private club in order to hold events or do whatever the case may be.
Other questions from members of the board?
So,
Mr. Philbar.
I'm curious about the potential maximum number of people that might be in the facility and what, Doug, is there some limitation, for instance, the Knights of Columbus can't put 2,000 people in their building?
There will be a maximum occupancy load.
Okay.
I think it's
Based
at
on the
100.
square- Based on the square footage of the building.
Okay.
And that's already been, I do believe.
I think it's
197.
194, 97 was mentioned
So
in
we
the
have
application.
a number.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, you mentioned it in your application.
197 is the current
197,
occupancy load, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So one of the things I remember is that the discussion was that the membership of the club, the private club, lived within walking distance of the property, and that would potentially reduce the need for parking to other guests. But I do understand that we have this social hall parking calculation in our zoning, and that's what we are to go by. Although I don't see a definition of what a social hall is in our definitions.
That's what they're gonna do.
No, and I know, it falls under the community building, which is a little different from what this is proposed to be, but we've already gone down that road towards the social hall, so we,
I think that's a very antiquated term, shall I say.
Social hall?
yeah. So, but I don't have a big problem with that. I was just looking to see if we had a definition, and it's mentioned under community buildings, and there's some restrictions under community buildings that this would not meet, but since it's been operating, I think we can leave that alone.
There's obviously a massive delta between the occupancy of the building and the number of parking spaces that are required under a social hall definition. That's of concern to me, because while I believe that in the interests of this owner, I have no reason to doubt that offering up their services for event planning would include transportation as part of that. They could sell this next week to somebody else.
Yep.
And so, obviously, in 2014, which wasn't that long ago, we were considering this to be, what the heck is it? Oh, it's a social club. Oh, okay, fine. The fact is that by hosting events there of a significant nature, at which 197 people could attend, or 190 plus the servers, whatever it happened to be, my numbers are off, it's a significant impact on the town. It's a significant impact on the neighborhood. I'm sure some of the people behind you, I see lots of nods. Stop nodding, please. Stop nodding.
I can feel him, it's okay.
I'm looking at him, and all I can see is this head going, nod, 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 stop. We'll get to you. So I'm not asking a question, unfortunately, that you can answer. I'm expressing an opinion. It's the first time I've ever done that.
Well, I'd be happy to provide a
Lord, no.
response.
Go for it.
So I think Jay and Liz are not going into this, with blind eyes. They knew that they were going to have to do some work as part of the purchase of this property, meaning that they couldn't just, turnkey and have a nice day and we're gonna hold, 10 events a day for, 365 days a year. That's not the case. They knew stepping into this that there are going to be some natural limitations on the property, nothing that's imposed by any town ordinance, nothing that's imposed by the board, but just the natural limitations. and they're going to learn of those limitations, whether it be a small daytime event, a memorial service, a corporate event. They're going to learn what their space, I mean, they're in the business, and they want to expand onto this on-site location. I highly doubt that they're going to just say, okay, we've got 7 servers, let's go get a 190 guest wedding, because they also have to learn the specific logistics of this area for planning an event, even though they're accustomed to this industry generally. But what I can tell you, and yes, the variance runs with the land, but in this instance, it's the White Apron in front of you today, is that they are fully aware of the challenge that's ahead of them, regardless of whether there were 5 spaces on the lot or 50 spaces on the lot. There is going to be that conversation with any type of clientele, with any customer that calls, is as to how many people, what time of day, which day, and how do you want to help tackle this, or how can we help you tackle this? Because not everyone can show up and park on our lot. It's impossible.
Yeah, the relief being sought is, as you referred to, quite minimal, but there's the impact of having an event space that can handle in excess of 190 people in an area of town where, while Caneb et al. At CDOG like what you're doing, they have, what's their occupancy? A couple hundred? And what is the occupancy of street going to be? And they have absolutely minimal parking, and that's a very tight neighborhood, as I'm sure people behind you will speak up and address. I'm just trying to anticipate the impact on the neighborhood.
No, absolutely, and the impact is that if their plan was to say, we can offer at times up to, well, minus the residential units, we can at times provide up to 27 spaces. Other times we have to reserve them for the condominium association. We can at times provide 35 spaces, or whatever the case may be, with managed valet services. Their next line is not going to be, and don't worry, just find parking spots on the street. Don't worry, just drive around the corner and go to behind Laney and Lou on the public parking lot, because that's not reliable, and it's also not good planning for their business. So part of their paradigm is not going to be, and for those other 5 cars that we can't figure out, just let them drive around. It's going to be part of, what are we doing with your guests? Here's the plan. So unlike 5 people leaving from their house in different areas in Exeter, Portsmouth, Rye, whatever the case may be, if one's going to the pub, if one person's going to street, if one person's going to this, that, the other, they're probably all going to just try and find wherever they can park. This is more calculated, scheduled, logistical planning associated with these events.
Are there any further questions for the applicant at this time? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. At this time, I think I'd like to open it up to the public, and somebody's anxious. Sir. Again, I would ask that you use the microphone. Please give us your name and your connection to the property.
Yes, my name is Carl Drucker. My wife Claire and I own and reside at 18 Franklin Street.
How do you spell your last name, sir?
D as in David, R-A-U-C-K-E-R, and
Thank
it's
you.
Carl with a C.
Yeah, 18 Franklin, thanks.
18 Franklin Street is an end unit of the stream of condominiums on Franklin Street.
Yep.
Along the river. We are directly opposite 1 Franklin Street. We were also members of the Bungalow Club, which is the private club that was referred to in the 2014 application for the variance. If you look at that 2014 application, it specifically referred to a private club with limited hours. In that application, it referred to 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., and it said that there would be the target of 100 members, 15 of whom would be residents of the cottage townhouses, which are not only the condominiums along the river, one of which is 18 Franklin Street, but also to-be-built condominiums, which there are now 4 of them, on the opposite side of Franklin Street. When the 2014 approval came from, for the variance, it actually reduced the 6 p.m. to 5 p.m. as far as the start time for the restaurant portion of that private club known as the Bungalow Club.
We figured you'd all be old.
Pardon?
I'm just joking.
Yes.
Sorry. Figured you'd all be old, you know.
Yes. So
Golden age
one of
hour.
the things
Yeah.
my wife and I believe is that this request from White Apron would threaten the public health, safety, and welfare. And let me give you some examples of that. When the Bungalow Club closed, of which we and other people here were members, approximately a year and a half ago, plus or minus. After that, we are aware from our residents there of 3 weddings, the last of which went, and once again, contrary to what the variance was granted, there were 3 weddings, the last of which lasted beyond 11 p.m. with music outside that was very loud, number 1. Number 2, we couldn't even go to sleep because the music was that loud. Once again, we're directly across the street. And people that left prior to the lateness of that wedding reception, Franklin Street is one way, runs north to south. People who left turn north on Franklin Street, contrary to the one-way direction of that street. And in addition, many of the people who showed up, because there were insufficient parking spaces, parked on Franklin Street, which also you have parking from people who go to the Sea Dog restaurant and the Italian restaurant next to it. So, and parking is allowed on both sides of Franklin Street. For each of those 3 weddings, but in particular the last wedding that occurred, once again, outside of the variance that was granted in 2014, they blocked a portion of our driveway where we couldn't even get out. When you have that many people who come to wedding receptions, and you already add to the existing use of Franklin Street by the other restaurants such as Sea Dog, et cetera, it is virtually impossible, number 1, for us to get out of our, or very difficult to get out of our driveway, number 1. Number 2, when people turn the wrong way on a one-way street, it also is dangerous not only to us, but also the public, people who travel the correct way on the one-way street. And so therefore, my wife and I maintain that if this request of White Apron was granted, that it would in fact threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. And once again, we disagree with the page 5 proposal or determination in the application of White Apron, because there is no way to control when people come to an event such as a wedding reception. You can say all you want that, oh, we're going to arrange for shuttles and everything else, but there are going to be people who come to that wedding reception in their own cars. As you will hear, I'm sure, from other members, there are very limited parking spaces. So where are they going to park? They're going to park on Franklin Street to the extent they can, and there's both sides parking on Franklin Street. The other problem is that it says that the current use of the property. Well, there hasn't been a current use of the property realistically since it was a private club known as the Bungalow Club. Like I said, there have only been, at least what we're aware of, a handful of times that was used. And the last time was a large wedding reception. It was awful living across the street from where that wedding reception was held at 1 Franklin Street. Once again, I disagree that it's consistent with the current use. I don't think there's a current use that's in compliance with the 2014 variance, and also disagree that their conclusion on page 5 that it would not be a threat to public health, safety, or welfare.
Thank you.
And with that, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to address the board? Sir?
My name is John Del Santo, and I'm the majority owner of the Long Block. Just want to point out a couple of things. One is, Mr. Game Store, my lawyer had sent a letter, which I believe you received,
We have.
and I don't think it was properly quoted, and therefore, I'd like to make sure everyone understands the parking arrangement. Because Kathleen had told me after she purchased the property that if she actually understood what the property and the parking arrangement was, that she would not have purchased the property. So if you go down and you look at the second to the second paragraph from the bottom,
What document are you on?
our
Hey.
letter dated to you on the 15th, I'm sorry.
Perkins and Ansel at the top?
Yes,
Okay,
and
thank
it
you.
deals with, that, and sorry if I jump back and forth, but in the application, it talks about these parking spots, and, presently there's 31 parking spots on the property. Long Block condominium may use 11 of the parking spaces from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. pursuant to the parking easement agreement. That isn't what the
Yeah,
easement
it's
says.
guaranteed 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Well, except for we have the easement and the bungalow club, if you will, may use those parking spots from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., which means that we can be there 24/7. And I just want to make sure everyone understands that, and just so that you understand, because Kathleen didn't realize that.
Please address the board.
Okay, sorry.
It's all right.
So, our lawyer has put you on notice on that.
Yep.
The board and also White Apron.
Is Long Block strictly business, or do you have residences as well?
We have residents.
I'm sorry?
We do have residents.
There are people who live in the Long
Yes.
Block building?
Yes.
Thank you. And this is their parking?
Yes.
Okay.
So, the other point I want to make is, when you made the decision, you said that there is shared parking. So I came down here last Tuesday and wanted to make sure I understood what shared parking was. And I spoke to Doug, and Barbara provided me.
I'm sorry, when did we use the phrase shared parking?
What was used to get those 11 parking spaces, they were considered shared parking spaces.
I see.
So I thought that was sort of, I needed to understand the definition of shared parking. And this is from the document that was dated March 2022. So I don't know if this is a new definition that was just added to the,
Told.
is it?
Nothing was changed in March except what we've already heard this evening.
Okay. So it says here, parking requirements as their prime operational hours may not overlap, and their parking demands may vary from specific standards due to the scale of the project. Now, we do have a lot of people who work there, up to 7 or 8 o'clock at night. We have a lot of therapists, which I think is a prime time for the operations, whether it was Kathleen's operations, where we would have their clients pull into the parking spaces that were, for the Long Block. Now, Scott LaPointe, the attorney for us, I bring this up because he works for Durbin, and his solution was easy. He said, John, just tow him. And I'll say that Kathleen was very supportive, as well as her manager. So those are the
So
points.
just for clarification, Mr. Del Santo, you have spots that are guaranteed between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., and you also have the right to use those same spots 24 hours a day.
We have rights to use them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
but they are guaranteed, they have to be reserved for you all strictly during that.
Right. And they
12-hour
may
period.
use it from 7 PM to 7 AM.
If it's not otherwise occupied by an automobile which belongs. Are
Correct.
cars that are parked overnight that belong to residents so identified?
The spaces are identified.
I know the spaces are, the automobiles identified. Does the bungalow club or would
No, I see where you're going. I think
any
it's a very
future
important point.
owner of the property have a way of identifying whether an automobile belongs there or not between 7 PM and 7 AM?
Yes, I worked with Kathleen on that. And, and I agree and would be very supportive of that. I think the coordination was very good between her property manager.
So you
and
haven't
myself.
had any issues during the period when it was operated as the bungalow club?
Other than, and this is what would happen, is you'd have a corporate event, and people would just show up. And even though the sign said
Right.
7 AM to 7 PM, long block, they would still park there. And I'd speak to the manager, and the manager said, just tow them. I mean, this is,
Were there instances where automobiles were towed?
yes, many times. It was very effective. I mean, go back to Scott's, we had. and they would-
Get a deal with Al, did you?
No. There's no deals with Al. I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah, okay.
But I think it's,
I've never known of an automobile to be towed in Exeter for parking. I think it's a trip. Interesting.
well,
Fascinating.
that is interesting because the other person I asked to do it said he wouldn't do it. We do it through outside organizations outside
Interesting.
of Exeter.
Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
your comments. Would anyone else like to address the board? Members of the public? Please.
Jessica O'Leary, I'm at 15 South Street. I live directly behind 1 Franklin. Their bocce court and outside space abut my property.
Bocce
And,
court?
I'm sorry?
Bocce?
They have a small bocce court back there. And, yeah, so they have a lot of outside space on the back of the building, which, to the point of the gentleman from 18 Franklin, when they have a large event, and because I live right behind it, I can speak to, these bigger events, these weddings that have been there, and he's correct. There was one in particular that went excessively late, very loud music, and so that is a concern if this is going to be an event-type facility going forward. The parking, obviously, we know is an issue. You've got, I think we said 80 for street, 36, I happen to know for Cornicello. I forget what the number was for Sea Dog. So they're not just
300.
parking on both sides of Franklin Street, they're also parking on both sides of South Street where I live. I have been blocked in my driveway once by an event. The other thing to keep in mind on the parking with the facility is when Kathleen was mainly operational there, and she opened about the time I purchased and moved into my home. The fall of 18 is when she really started to go. The lot at the end of South Street and the corner of South and Franklin Street was still undeveloped. She owned it. It was her accessory parking.
Right.
And it held a fair number of cars, quite frankly. Not always, I think one of my neighbors has mentioned a little muddy walking through there sometimes, but it did hold a lot of cars for her.
Yeah, it's got
when-
buildings on it now.
Yeah, and there's a 4-unit building there now, so there's absolutely no parking there. So the parking certainly is a concern, and the hours of use, and I'm assuming these types of events would more likely than not be weekend events. Baby showers and whatnot generally happen during the day. Weddings tend to be later in the day. I am concerned about the effect that has on property values in the neighborhood. My house in particular, as I said, I back right up to this property. It's very well maintained, and initially it seemed like, okay, this is it's building up the neighborhood. The condos build up the neighborhood. I've done quite a bit of work to my own property. And so I think, there's a reasonable expectation that it could, if again, it's a thing where there's people outside at 11 o'clock at night and loud music, that affects the property value, certainly for me, and I think a lot of other people, as well as the gentleman mentioned, parking on both sides of Franklin Street, but also all the way up South Street and Clifford Street, for that matter. There's some neighbors here from there as well, and, if you have a friend over and there's no place, your friend has to now park halfway across town because they're coming for a cookout. So, that's where, the noise consideration is certainly something I'm concerned about, and certainly the parking consideration as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Sir, please.
Scott Cookler, 12 Clifford Street.
Okay.
So we have a property that is directly abutting the proposed venue, and our backyard is directly up against the backyard of the bungalow club.
And street.
And street. But with street, we have a building blocking this.
There's a wall there, yeah.
Yeah, there's a wall, so, and I don't.
How do you spell your last name?
Kuc.
Yep.
Kler.
Thank you.
So honestly, I think this building would be perfect for what they have in mind if it wasn't squeezed into this little sliver of land in the middle of a neighborhood. And everybody's talking about loud music with weddings and stuff. Regardless if there's loud music or no music or at all, 200 people talking is a noise on its own.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be music to be disruptive. And it's a quiet neighborhood, I mean, when I first bought the property, it was Al's Tow Yard, which was definitely an eyesore, but it wasn't obstructive. I could sit in my backyard at night and hear the crickets. And I just fear that if we're gonna have weddings that are gonna be there, regardless of whether they provide shuttle service or whatever, I'm not gonna go to a wedding in a shuttle. I'm gonna drive. People are gonna drive, they're gonna take up the municipal lot, they're gonna park on the streets in the surrounding area. We've had people park on the side of the street where there's no parking. People have parked in our lawn during these kinds of events when
So
there's
Clifford Street, the
downtown.
parking is there's lined parking on the opposite side from where your home is.
That's correct,
And
but
there's
people
no
park
parking on your side, is that
That's
right?
correct, but it doesn't mean that people don't
Don't
park there.
park there.
We had to put stones down to keep people from parking in our lawn because there was trouble with that. So, I mean, I think there's gonna be a significant, impact on my quality of life, our quality of life as neighbors, to have a venue there that's gonna be hosting up to 200 people that are gonna be not only parking, but milling around. I mean, and I don't see that that's gonna all happen between 7 and 10 PM. I think that it's gonna definitely have a severe impact on the livability of our little town, which the reason I moved to Exeter was that it is quiet. You walk downtown at 8 o'clock at night and it is not.
Because all our restaurants close at 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not Cambridge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I moved here for that reason. And I really am reluctant to support anything that's going to change that. And right now, to even get to my home, we have to take a left onto Franklin Street. And like you said, there's parking on both sides of the street all the way down there. In the winter, it's already hard to get there. And it'll also affect the parking availability for our local restaurants because street's gonna need extra off-site parking. Cornicello, Sea Dog, all of those businesses will also be impacted. And maybe they'll fail because there's not the parking to sustain them. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Would anyone else?
Hello, my name is Tom Grimmett. I live at 22 Franklin with my wife Karen.
How do you spell your last name?
Grimmet.
Thank Thank you. 22 Franklin, got it.
Yeah, so just to be clear, it's the Squamscott House Condominium Association in that stretch. There's 7 units there. We're directly across.
You're directly across from the.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So my concern is that, well, first I want to applaud the applicant. I thought your business plan was very thorough. And I thought it was very well thought through. When we moved to the neighborhood, the Bungalow Club had already closed down. It concerns me when there's a business that's not open, that's vacant. I don't think it looks good for the town, doesn't look good for the neighborhood. So I would like something to move in there. I am concerned about the parking. I would like to clarify, and I think there's some misunderstanding. There was an aerial chart or aerial picture of the parking lot, which has something about 30-plus spots in it. 6 of those are for the apartment dwellers upstairs, so we have to take those off the table. 11 or 12 are for long block. When I count the remaining spots that will be available for an event, I get 13 spots. So I think it's important, we've talked about 197 attendees. It's not 30 spots that they would have available to park at, it's 13, and then whatever else they could find.
Well, what we have to do, sir, is that we look at the amount required, and it adds up to, and that includes both the apartments and the social hall use. And so 197 is a number that we can discuss here, but the parking requirement is actually much, much smaller than that because it's 1 parking spot per every 200 square feet of the social hall, plus 1 for each bedroom upstairs. So that's how they get to the number.
Yeah, sure. I feel like it's important to kind of break it down that 200 people, 15 spots, 13 spots.
No, I get it.
It doesn't pan out. So that's my concern. So thank you.
Okay, mostly parking. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else, please? Hearing no one.
Mr.
Rebuttal.
Vice Chair, do you mind if I
Absolutely.
add a couple comments?
Can't stop you.
Can't stop you. Well, here I am. Well, thank you for providing all your comments. And a couple of points to the gentleman today from 18 Franklin. I didn't catch your name. I apologize.
Drucker.
That was Drucker. And then, thank you, sir. So there was considerable discussion about timelines back in 2014, and I believe it even says in the minutes specifically that that the board chose not to create a time limit on the upper end, so a closing timeline, whereas the 6 to 5 was changed. The time by which events must end was not included, and it's not included in the notice of decision. Not that my clients are intending to have every single night, 11, 12 o'clock, nothing of that nature, but just wanted to make sure the board knew that, because ultimately we can discuss, and with these 3 wedding examples as being raised by the public, of what can be done there right now. What can Kathleen do right now? What could White Apron do right now if they purchase the property without seeking further relief? And what they can do right now is what's approved. What's approved is a 60-seat restaurant, 1,122 square feet of lounge or gym space. There it is right there. Recreational space of 1,122 and 3 residential units in the top. So they can run a restaurant. They don't want to. They can hold events, which apparently weddings have been held there, but they want to do it under the new paradigm. They want to be able to use, again, that singular first floor, one purpose, no restaurant, no dining, more planned, more logistics behind everything. It's easy to gravitate to the 197 number. It's an occupancy load. Every building has it. This room has it that we're in right now. We're probably surprised by how many people this room could technically fit. We're not filling it right now, but it's easy to gravitate towards that number. Not every event, maybe never. I don't know if Jay and Liz have even thought about what type of events they want to consider. But 197 is the occupancy load. It is not the idea that every event, regardless of time, day, whatever nature it may be, is going to be 197. It's simply, a building code and fire inspection code. again, I hinted at this, I don't know how well I hit on it during the initial application, but, we fully understand that there's the residential units that take up parking, that there's the Long Block Condominium Association that has their secured rights in the easement. Whether there are 5 available spaces on this lot, 20 available spaces on this lot, somewhere in between, 50 spaces on this lot, parking will need to be managed. And we gotta think about what is this lot, this use, social hall, 1 per 200 square feet, as the vice chair just mentioned. And at the end of the day, we can't concern ourselves with what street may do, with what the pub may do, because we're worried about our events. And that's what is what's important. We can't control every single person. It would be a wonderful world if we could, because then there'd be no parking problems at all. Is someone going to show up late to an event? Absolutely. Are they going to not know where to go? Of course. Are they going to park in front of on a public street somewhere? Yes. But the fact of the matter is that, again, it's not dine-in, lounge, private club, in and out. This is going to be, logistical, planned events, working with their clients, working with their customers, working with hired vendors to manage the situation the best that's possible. We're talking about 33 required spaces, where 31 are provided. 197 is an easy number to gravitate towards, but all we're looking at is that deficiency of 2 spaces per the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Question before you
Yes.
leave the podium, please, which I should have asked earlier. Are the apartments occupied?
Yep. Yes,
And are they condominiums or apartments?
they're apartments.
And would there be, the intention would be the long-term lease? So the White Apron, the Curcios are purchasing the building, which includes the apartments, and there would be a lease on those and?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions.
Okay.
I have a rebuttal to Mr.
That's pretty unusual, but go ahead. I'm going to have to give,
I'll be quick.
well, no, that's not the time. We're going to have to listen to him. Come on, okay, go ahead.
So,
ahead.
I mean, as far as your position as the 32 spaces, it's not, like we've discussed earlier, it's not that many spaces. Most events don't start at 7 PM. And for the contention that it's an event rather than a restaurant actually will occupy a space for less time than an event will. People go to a restaurant, they sit, they have dinner, they have a couple drinks, and they leave within an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. At an event can last 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, where people are going to be there during that time. And they're going to park on the streets, and it will congest our town. So that's all I wanted to say.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All set, Mr. Chair.
You're all set? Thank you very much. Do you have a question for the applicant? If not,
I
I'm going to
do.
close the public session.
I actually do.
Sir?
I guess I'm trying to think of a way, so we talked about how the approval goes with the building and not, or the real estate, not with the ownership and the particular business. And I guess I'm trying to think of a way to include the opportunity for valet parking and off-site parking as a condition somehow. And if you have any thoughts that you could offer on how that could be included. Because if we have events that fully occupy the sides of the building, I mean, honestly, I had a lot of trouble with this building from day one. I never thought it was a great idea in this location.
It's a gorgeous building in
It's beautiful.
terrible location.
It is a beautiful building, and, she did a great job with everything she built there, so.
Yeah, it's
you know,
beautiful.
And it's
empty
been
for a
wildly
reason.
successful in many ways, so, but I always worried about this building not being sustainable as a private club, and ending up with a problem like this, so.
Here we are.
Here we are, and I guess I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts on how to include as a condition of approval the practice of having off-site parking?
So I think
Or it's valet parking
Yeah, you
or
brought up
something.
valet specifically, and I think, valet can be definitely seen as different things. Valet can be managed on-site, and pretty much sardine, Tetris, and you got two guys or women that are working it, and it works great, so long as it doesn't hinder rights of the residential tenants or the long block condominium spots, so on and so forth. Valet can also mean, taking the car somewhere else and coming back. I don't believe with that specifically, Jay and Liz have gone that far to secure spots. Right now, at shuttle service, it'd be more like, park and rides, hotel parking lots, especially when they're related to events where people would be coming out of town. To speak to the idea of how can we go beyond the idea that the White Apron may be there for a little while, but most likely knowing Jay and Liz, a long while, I would say that maybe as a condition of approval, this applicant, as well as any future owner or lessee of the first floor, would have to provide a business plan, which includes what their parking strategy will be, what the uses would be. Because other than that, I don't know if it's possible to condition and bind the applicant to anything that might literally be, out of their control this evening.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
It's a tricky one. That's why I'm asking for your
Yeah.
thoughts. I've never seen any kind of condition of approval that's predicated on a business plan. and I'm
I say
not sure-
business plan, it would be more like an operations management plan, so it's kind of like more planning board speak or things of that nature. But at the end of the day, if, again, it's tough to grapple with, and it's never fun to say as an attorney, trying to get an application through, but what can be done on the property today? What can be done is everything we're discussing. But Jay and Liz are coming into this knowing what the concerns are and trying to be a good neighbor. Not that Kathleen is not a good neighbor. I do not know her. I keep kicking myself that I'm referring to her by her first name, but her last name is escaping me right now.
Mahoney.
Mahoney, thank you.
Mahoney.
Thank you all. But at the end of the day, what can be done at this club? What can be done at this space? And if we want to gravitate towards that big number, it's having an occupancy load of 197 people. We're just trying to propose the singular use, nix the restaurant aspect to it, and represent to the board, our representations matter as much as the conditions in the actual vote, hopeful, successful vote, that parking is going to be one of their number one things they discuss with all their clients. They're not going to just ask people to dump their cars wherever they can. Can we control every single individual? No, we cannot. I feel like I'm very, very repetitive from 5 minutes ago, but the fact of the matter is they can do everything in their power to make it, one of those top bullet points, one of those top check boxes with their clientele.
Continuing on Ms. Davies' question, let me bring up the other major issue which was raised by the residential abutters, which is noise and hours of operation. We do not have a noise ordinance in Exeter. We rely on the goodwill of our neighbors and abutters to treat us fairly. Not quite, well, good. Code enforcement begs to differ with me.
It is a town ordinance, and I do believe it's either 10 or 11 o'clock. So if anybody's hearing music or something, it's 10 o'clock, then you should be calling the police department.
Interesting, fascinating. Is there anything that the applicant would be interested in discussing as far as limitations
10
on
o'clock?
hours of operation or noise is
10
concerned?
o'clock PM?
I mean, if people are still sitting around drinking, having a beer or something after that, that might not be a problem, but certainly dancing and music and.
Oh, no,
and
absolutely.
bocce.
Absolutely. I'm thinking, in the bocce.
I'm sorry, somebody who's lived in Exeter, Martha, do you believe there's bocce in Exeter? I mean.
Oh, yes, there's bocce at Riverwoods, yeah.
I'm so out of date. I can't.
Yes.
As an
bocce in
example, Mr. Vice Chair, as an example, not an Exeter example, but I'm just recalling this from prior research and review and talking with property
I like
owners
prior research.
and abutters. In Rye, at the Wentworth Golf Course, they have a tent on the 18th hole. That's probably 200 to 300 feet away from the nearest single-family property across Wentworth Road. But, and they're outside by the water where it can argue, depending on the weather, sound travels far or it travels short. But they have a 10 o'clock. So does it mean that everyone literally has to be out, gone, see you later, parked in, go to their car, get to the shuttle and leave? No, but the music has to get shut down, the noise has to be brought down, and it's expected that that's the time when, wait staff, so on and so forth, are cleaning up and everyone's gathering their items and things of that nature. So 10
That's an
PM would
interest,
be.
you raise an interesting question which has not been brought up, and I'm sorry we're spending so much time talking to you and not gone into deliberations yet.
No,
and
it's okay, we want
10:30
to
at
answer
night.
as much as possible.
We've said nothing about employee parking.
Yeah, I wondered.
It's part of the calculation, which is why when I said at 197, you got to figure out what the wait staff's going to be, so that, looking at the gravitation.
So
of
essentially, you
that.
have no parking.
Well, technically, we have 31 spaces where 33 are required, Mr. Vice Chair.
Are there any further questions for the applicant? If not, we should definitely move into
Well,
deliberations.
when we're talking about possible limitations, could we have a limitation of no outside music or no outside music at supper?
Is it still open for me to say something?
Not really, no. Just hang on.
It's intended that the music would be indoors. I don't know how big this outside space is, the bocce court area. I apologize, but the intention would be that the events would be held inside.
They're understood, but there are multiple decks and many doors that open out, and there are multiple outdoor spaces, and it's set up for, I illegally trespassed and went around the building yesterday. It is set up for inside, outside, for there to be a flow, and for doors to be open. And the doors would be open on the side that backs up to South Street, not on the side that backs up to Clifford Street. The kitchen backs up to Clifford Street, I believe.
Well,
The back is back there too, right. Right.
The music would still be contained inside. There would be
buil-
no music
yeah,
on the
but
outside.
doors would
Yes,
be open.
with windows and doors be open. Hopefully, that is
Right.
happening very
In
soon.
the interests of hours, I think we should, if we're all set with the applicant, I'm going to close the public session. We're going to move to deliberations at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair, there is noise ordinance between 11 and 7 a.m.
11 p.m.
11 p.m. to 7 p.m.
7 a.m.
Town ordinance is 11 p.m. Thank you very much.
Does it count for dogs?
Wow, here we go. Okay, so there are two requests before us. The first has to do with a clarification, essentially to allow a social club, AKA a social hall, to be partially located within the R2 zoning district. This is something that we already approved, voted on in 2014. I'm perfectly comfortable with that continuation of what we approved in 2014. So I don't necessarily believe that we need to take an extra vote on that. We could move on to, but I think the applicant would be much more comfortable if we were to make a positive finding that the proposed use as a social hall is not subject to the 2014 dining restaurant condition. Or,
What is exactly is the 2014 restaurant dining condition?
that it would be a 60-seat dining restaurant, and that the hours would be restricted to no earlier than 5 p.m., I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not limiting the number of seats, and we're not limiting
In
the
other words, if we,
beginning hour.
if we say, nope, you got to stay with the original application, then it is a 60-seat restaurant that can't begin operating until 5 p.m., plus the recreation and plus the apartment.
Okay.
So I think we do need to discuss that before we move on to the parking.
Well, they're expanding the size of the meeting hall by incorporating a dining room into it.
Not necessarily, because right now, the occupancy capacity of the building is not changing. What's changing is the use. So right now, it is being, let's assume that the existing, the use that was approved had continued, economic conditions would have continued till today, which it hasn't. There would be a 60-seat restaurant that would begin operation no earlier than 5 PM in that space.
Right.
And the balance of the space could be used as a clubhouse or social hall, which would be social uses. There is a bar, there's a bocce court, there's gathering areas. Beautiful space in terms of you could sit around and have a drink or a cocktail and chat with your friends and neighbors. So that could continue. If we
Right.
simply, everything could continue, right?
But I don't think any of the folks who have spoken their concern would mind if that happened. I mean, this is the whole scope, the potential scope of the events is huge.
It is, but as the applicant has correctly pointed out, there's nothing that says that a 60-seat restaurant that has an occupancy of 197 people cannot host a wedding reception right now, today, as they have. I think those wedding receptions that were held there, modulo people turning left on the, parking in the wrong places and traffic, and maybe noise that went past 11 PM, was unfortunately perfectly legal.
60 times 3, okay.
I think it was perfectly legal to hold a wedding reception there. Unpopular with the neighbors, rightfully so, but there's no reason, I don't believe there was anything that would prevent them from holding that event there.
Permitted use?
It's a permitted, yeah. So, with conditions.
The majority of the properties in the commercial district, I think that this use has the potential to be less intrusive than a restaurant as was presented, but it also has the potential to be more intrusive, so we don't really know, but it's a permitted use in a commercial district, right? So we're kind of,
But how are you going to tell whether these people, where they're coming from?
why does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So why does it matter whether they're parking on Franklin Street or not? Does that matter? I mean,
They're asking for 2 additional,
They're asking for relief on parking, which we're not there yet.
yeah.
But in terms of the intensity of the use on the property as it exists today, that, if that property was operating as a 60-seat restaurant, which could hold special events.
Yep.
And have that
Such as
occupancy up
weddings
to,
or
you could have a wedding at a restaurant, you lease a restaurant, you can use that space, they'll move the tables, and you can have dancing and a dance floor and music. The only restriction that would apply is that people would have to park elsewhere.
What about we didn't have a closing time, did we? Nope.
Nope, we had an opening time.
Yeah.
And the idea in the opening time was that it was going to be a clubhouse before that, and the idea was to limit the use to the evening hours.
Right.
To dinner service.
Is that why
And-
there's a 60-seat?
That was more or less offered by the applicant. I don't think we.
Oh, I don't think we'd have made that up.
Yeah, we didn't impose that. I think the only concern we had maybe was the long block parking, but that goes beyond till 7 PM anyway, so it didn't really I think that was just offered by the applicant.
Yeah, I believe it was as well. I think the long block parking is a legitimate issue that needs to be addressed by the long block and whoever purchases this property. And there has to be a way of solving that so that the long block has,
Well, they have the property right.
they have the right, they
have
can
an
tow.
easement.
They can tow, and
It's not an issue to be resolved, it's
Right.
it's resolved.
Right, right.
It's an issue to enforce.
It's an issue of enforcement and
So,
confrontation.
As far as I can tell by looking at the document, it's permanent, so that's that. But we're talking about the use, and so I guess I don't see any reason not to agree or to approve the slight change in use, because there's no concrete reason to disagree
Practically,
with
it's
it.
the same use.
It's very close, and could it be a little worse or a little better? Yes, but we can't really control that. And they're both permitted uses in the commercial district, so I kind of think we're okay on that. Unless somebody can see something I'm missing.
No, I wish there was, I actually wish there was something that you were missing. I don't think there is.
Okay, so,
I don't think there is. It is in the wrong place. That's quite clear.
it's
But
just,
it's-
I think it's just too much for the site, but whatever. It's there. So I don't think it's in the wrong place, it's just a big building for a small site. But anyway,
Elevated park.
we're,
Underground.
Underground.
are we going to vote?
I think we need, I would accept, I think I would accept a motion on page 3 of the Durbin letter. It says, "Find that the proposed use is not subject to the 2014 dining restaurant condition of the 2014 variance approval, or in the alternative, amend it to remove the dining." I think option 1 is the appropriate course of action there, and would consider a motion to either say that it is or is not subject, based on whoever would like to make the motion.
Okay. I'll make a motion that
We find,
regarding the application of the White Apron for a modification to the 2014 variance, we find that the proposed use is not subject to the 2014 dining/restaurant condition regarding hours of operation and restaurant use?
limitation on the number of seats.
Or limitation on number of seats. And that the entirety of the building be used as a social hall.
I'm not sure about that last bit, because the entirety of the building includes the apartment space that's upstairs.
Okay. The entirety of the first floor be dedicated to a social hall use.
So moved. Second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor of the proposed statement, since
So
it's not a,
This is just the use.
this is just the use, and indicate by saying aye. Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Davies?
Aye. Aye.
Kilbar? Chair finds aye as well. So we're 5-0 on the use. Now we go to the parking. So, I would hope that we would find that the issue with the long block, as you say, has been brought up and is rather definitive. You know, when we look at the statement here, there is a parking easement that runs with the property that was signed by Ms. Mahoney, that is witnessed by Mr. Baum.
That's why he's not there.
Well, he's not there.
That's why he put his thing face down.
Right. No, I turned it over, so.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
Okay.
block him from our memories. So,
Bob likes being chair.
I also like Mr. Baum a lot, we're good friends.
Yeah.
Chill, chill,
Okay.
chill. So I think that everybody is aware of the easement that exists, and it is a question of, as somebody said quite clearly earlier, enforcement. This easement shall run with the land and be binding up and inure to the benefit of grantor, grantees, heirs, successors, and assigns. So there we are. That's pretty definitive, yeah? And everybody seems to be good with that. The irony is that the relief being sought is actually fairly minor.
It's very minor, and although I am concerned for where everybody's going to go, I don't see any practical way to condition a business plan for off-site parking.
It was bold of you to ask. I have no idea how that would.
Well,
Yes?
it's not, if their customers have a terrible time parking, that's not good for their business.
Right.
Is there a whole lot of repeat business with weddings? You hope
Yes, by
not.
reputation.
Us.
By reputation.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't see, you're right. I mean, eventually that will bounce back on the business, but in the meantime, the neighborhood can suffer. But I don't see any reasonable way to condition that into this approval. And I cannot, after all the relief we've granted and all the discussion about parking and how there's really not a shortage of parking in downtown in general, maybe in certain
Locales.
small, certain pockets, there's definitely tension at some times, but I don't see how we can deny relief for 2 spaces after the,
It's an enforcement thing, too. People are parking on people's lawns, blocking driveways. That's another enforcement issue for the town.
yeah.
Those things shouldn't be happening, and they should be getting a solid, $10 ticket, is it?
Well, the just tow 'em idea maybe becomes more popular, I don't know.
I think, I think calling the authorities and saying this is an issue, is a solution, as is insisting that the 11 PM noise ordinance be enforced. These are not things that the code enforcement officer can go around and enforce parking. That
But the police
master of many
department-
things, but that's not one.
But the police can.
The police
But
can.
people have to call the police
Yes.
to have them
Right.
come.
Right.
Granted, it's right by the police station, you think leaving town.
Yeah.
They'd notice it driving out of Clifford, but
Well, the police department is allowed to drive around, and you would think that if there's this big event going on, maybe they might know that,
a block away from the police department.
right,
I know that there are certain public events where a member of either fire or police is required to be in attendance. That's not the case with a club like this, would it be?
I can't imagine.
I know if you have an event at certain,
Like Churchill's, that they have weekend events there. But it's more about traffic.
Right.
Safety, and
right,
I don't think the plan is to be that big.
right.
That it would justify that, but I'll leave that up to the business people.
And right, I think
I think we've had different talks with Jake and Liz, and, I think they have a really, saying this, I guess, but I've talked, they have a very good business plan on how to solve problems.
There are constraints inherent with the property that whoever owns it and operates it are going to have to deal with. It is not convenient to get at the kitchen. There is no, you can't back a truck up and take deliveries of food. I mean, there are issues involved with running this as a business with that location. It is possible to make a loop that comes out onto Clifford Street that's easily blocked. I mean, there's lots of issues there.
can you park in the bocce court?
Maybe.
Can't get
depends
around the
on-
building.
Depends on how big a bocce court it is. Oh, and I'm not surprised that Jay McSherry would say that there's no issue, because of course he's used to dealing with Portsmouth, where there is no parking.
Business, and Jay's very, very successful and very considerate of his business plans, and the White Apron, I've heard, I've called to talk to people and just one of the best around. not going to upset people. I wouldn't hope that, everybody will work together if there are problems. Let's hope, and I will be there to assist if there is.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the board? Did somebody want to briefly go through the criteria? The variance criteria? Just to dot our i's and cross our t's? Would you like to do that?
Anybody else?
No, you got it, my friend.
Okay. All right, I haven't thought this through, so I'm going to stumble a little, but the variance, the first criteria is that the variance is not contrary to the public interest, and along with that, that the spirit of the ordinance is observed. So the proposed use must not conflict with the explicit or implicit purpose of the ordinance and must not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, threaten public health and safety, or welfare, or otherwise injure public rights. So this is strictly about the 2 parking spaces. And although I think people have a lot of ideas about a lot of aspects of various uses, I don't think granting a variance for these 2 additional parking spaces threatens the character of the neighborhood or public health or safety. Anybody have any comment there?
Okay on 1 and 2, everybody?
Yeah. Keeping in mind that it's closed now, so it's nice and closed now, but it could open up with the current conditions being just as they are allowed and be a lot more obnoxious than
We're talking about 2 parking spaces.
yeah.
At this point, we're talking about 2 parking spaces. That's all we're talking about right now, is
Yeah.
2 parking spaces.
And
It's the only relief being sought.
Yep, but that's a problem. I mean, this is no worse than it would be.
Absolutely.
Okay. So substantial justice is done that the benefit to the applicant should not be outweighed by harm to the general public or other individuals. I think, again, although people have feelings about parking in downtown, in general, 2 additional spaces, relief from two required spaces is not, in my opinion, going to harm the general public or individuals.
Agreed?
Yep.
Okay. The value of surrounding properties are not diminished. I think many of the properties have turned over since this building, in the immediate area, since this building was proposed and approved, and values have skyrocketed in the neighborhood. I don't believe that there's any objective basis to be concerned that property values are going to be diminished by the operation of this very attractive building that we've already talked about.
Okay. And
I'm-
5.
And literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. I think we've talked about the hardship of the lack of parking in downtown Exeter, and the fact that the sites are pre-existing zoning requirements and don't have adequate space to accommodate the ordinance, what the ordinance requires. And that's a general condition in downtown. So I consider that a hardship. Are we good? Anybody have any comments?
Accept a motion.
Okay. I propose that,
Move.
I move, thank you, that the that we approve a variance for the white apron application from Article 5, Section 5.6.6, seeking relief to permit less parking spaces than required for a social hall use on the property, on the first floor of the property located at 1 Franklin Street.
Second?
Well, okay, I second.
Moved and seconded.
But I think we need to talk specific numbers rather than,
And it shouldn't be less, it should be fewer, but that's just me being
Yes, you're right.
picky.
Okay. I withdraw my motion.
No. We can just modify it to say 2 fewer parking spaces than required. Isn't that the specific relief is 2 parking spots, is it not?
yes.
So I think if somebody would like to modify the existing
Well, let's be-
motion to
let's
change
be- let's-
less to
let's-
2 fewer,
Yeah, but no, let's be careful what we're talking about. The original variance forgave a certain number of parking spots. And they're in essence asking for a bigger forgiveness.
No. They have a social hall use, and that requires 1 space per 200 square feet, I believe. And so
Yes.
if you do the calculations, they're required to have, I think, 33 spaces, and they're asking for relief for 2 spaces.
Can't we say,
So we could say granting
yielding a
for
total
relief from
of?
2 spaces resulting in that's not very good,
A
but
total of.
where 31 spaces where 33 are required.
33 or 32?
So getting me.
28 plus 5.
Plus 5, 28, thank you. I'm only finding, got it. It's on page 3. 28 for the social hall and 5 for the bedrooms. There are 5 bedrooms. Total of 33, 31 are
So 31
provided.
spaces will be provided where 33 are required.
Correct.
Okay.
So we need to
So-
we need to propose a modification to the motion which has been seconded already, that is before us.
I move that we modify the motion to state there will be 31 where the requirement is 33.
3, correct.
I
Seeking
second
relief
that.
to provide 31 parking spaces where 33 are required. Okay,
And I second the amendment.
okay. Amendment has been moved and seconded. We're going to vote, we're going to work our way out. We have an amendment to the original motion. We're going to vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, amendment now is approved 5-0. Chair votes aye. So now we have an amended motion before us. Is there any discussion on the amended motion to approve the application? Hearing none, all in favor of the amended motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Amended motion is approved 5-0. Applause?
It's too late, it's 11 o'clock, it's quiet times.
That's right, we got
This is clearly an hour past my bedtime.
At least. There's clearly an indication that working with the neighbors is advisable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Board.
It'd be nice to see the property back into use. I'll ask you to all, we still have some business before us, if you don't mind.
No, I asked you to come over.
Oh,
You did a great job,
Oh, thank you.
especially for somebody who was filling in.
yeah, agreed.
Luckily, Derek's got a good file going, so I was able to
Yeah.
jump in there.
Well
So
done.
there's a street in Portsmouth,
Yeah.
street restaurant.
Ms. Pennell,
That is on.
Yes,
excuse me, we're
We're still. in
we're still in session, and Ms. Pennell has something she would like to say.
well, I was reading the new verbiage on the,
Bed and breakfast.
thank you, bed and breakfast, and I just wanted to have it clarified. Now, where is now I've put everything away, so I can't find the current, does anyone,
I have it, and I think I know exactly where you're going
I
with it.
want to, it's that after the "and," I wanted to put the word have.
Would you pass that
Well,
on,
we
Martha?
can't change it.
We can't change it because.
No, but I'm suggesting
Agreed.
that right there. A bed and breakfast shall have not more than 4 rentable rooms and a dining area capable. Well, it's after the and it should, I say, and shall have,
Correct.
not, because you could read it both ways.
You absolutely can read it. It's ambiguous. I believe that is an artifact of the fact that this was a citizen's petition originally, was not professionally prepared. There's nothing wrong with a citizen's petition. And the language cannot be changed.
No, I'm saying that, so I'm suggesting that we
Right.
suggest to the powers that be
That they change it.
that somehow or another we get it changed.
I believe what we would like to request is that the planning board take up the issue of the language in 2.2.12 in time for next year's, and clarify this language, because it is ambiguous the way it is phrased. A bed and breakfast shall not have more than 4 rentable rooms and shall have a dining area. Because you've got a negative and a positive together with an and in the middle, which doesn't work grammatically, right? So, I mean, the way you could say it, a bed and breakfast shall have a dining area capable, but shall not have or shall? It's unclear. So I would like, if I'm correct on
Yes.
interpreting Martha's comment, is that I would like to request that the planning board look at this language, or the planning office look at this language, and see if they agree with us that it is ambiguous as currently phrased, and change it. The final thing before the board would be the minutes of the March 15th meeting.
Can we do it next time?
I think that's an awesome idea. Are you okay if we just skip the minutes for this?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned.
Aye.
Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 98 and 22. Channel 98 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 13, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.